Hi guys, I'm really happy to have you on our online conference SaaS Marketing Day. Today we will talk about how the biggest SaaS companies build their digital marketing, what tools do they use, how do they use it, and of course there will be a lot of great case studies. You can ask your questions in chat and get answers from the leaders of the niche. My name is Anton Voroniuk and I'm Chief Executive Officer of Skills Booster Academy. Today, I will start this conference with a short speech how the digital marketing strategy for SaaS looks like. Let's start from my presentation. I'll show it just in a second. And you will see what are the main steps you need to run through the digital marketing strategy step by step. Today, we will have really great agenda and speakers. In our agenda, you will see representatives of SendPulse, Creative-P, Ahrefs, QLED, Duda, Bannerboo, Worksection, Napoleon Cat, and Surfer SEO. All these guys will share their great experience about how to build digital marketing in SaaS, how to do it in the right way, how to measure efficiency, how to use social media, influencer marketing, and other great tools. So just few words about us. We are a digital marketing group of company. We are working with digital marketing for 15 years. And if we talk about our team, it's maybe 90% Ukraine based. We started 15 years ago as a web promo digital marketing agency, and agency business is still one of the biggest. I want to say thank you to agency as a big project that's supporting our educational activities. And if you need to start your digital marketing, you need help with PPC, SEO, any other activities, we will be really happy to help you. We are Meta business partner, TikTok marketing partner, Google partner, and of course, we are part of IAB. If we talk about team, it's over 100 certified employers who are certified in Google Analytics, Google Ads, and so on. So this is the big part of our business, agency business. 10 years ago, we started educating people, and we were doing it mostly on the Ukrainian market. Just 2 years ago, we started running more faster and go to the global approach and move to the Udemy marketplace, which is the biggest marketplace in educational field. In this field, we were working with mostly digital marketing topics, and right now we have 20 courses in all topics of digital marketing and 350 students from 190 countries. So if we talk about our approach, we are helping people learn digital marketing. We help companies to start digital marketing for their businesses. And if we talk about SaaS collaboration, we help great SaaS companies to start their academies, to start doing digital marketing, to start doing educational content. And this is our main approach in Skills Booster and Skills Booster Academy. So guys, let's talk a little bit about how digital marketing in SaaS looks like. Just please drop in chat from which place, from which country are you watching us right now. Maybe I understand that we have like a big geo, so let us know in chat from what country and which city you are watching us. So let's talk a little bit about what data I will use in my presentation. I understood that we can do also the survey, but at the same time, there are a lot of things we can manage and get totally for free from great tools. For example, as Google partner, we manage with Market Finder, and Market Finder has a better version which we have as Google digital agency partner. So I will share with you a few data about the category in Market Finder, about tools that you can get from this, and you will find really a lot of stuff that can be useful if you are managing a digital marketing for SaaS. So let's start from the basic data. This is about the vertical trends for the category. This tool gives you possibility to take the exact market. For example, I took the United States market and to see the dynamics for exact category or vertical. If we talk about SaaS business in this tool, it's like software and other. It's the part of this category, and we can see how your market is growing or going down in the most KPIs in search. If we talk about the vertical trend categories, we can see that we have year-to-year query growth for all devices. It's just 4%, but at the same time, we see that mobile is growing much more faster. It's like 6% comparing with computers, which is growing for 3%, and tablets for 1%. This data is just a part of Google Market Explorer data, and we can find the same information for any market you are interested, you need it. And if you are interested not just in the United States market, but honestly, a lot of SaaS, they challenge themselves, they want to go to the global market, they want to fight for the United States market, and this information is here and it can be really useful. Another big chance is to find this data about their next metrics as category interest, category cost, category impressions, and category clicks. So if we talk about this data, it's also for the United States market, and we can compare the most dynamics year by year. We see the seasons, we see the trends, we see the category impressions difference, and so on. And this data can help you to scale, to plan and media plan your activities in Google Ads, in Facebook Ads, and other activities. Yes, it's mostly Google data, but at the same time, you can take this data and build your predictions and activities based on this data. If you are a Google Premium partner, you can get it. If you are not Google Premium partner, you can start to collaborate with agency like our, which is Google Premium partner, and during the media planning, budgeting, starting collaboration, you can get access to this data. So the next step that we can get from this tool, we can see how it's going with computers or mobile. As we see from this survey that the most traffic which drives to SaaS companies, it's mostly from the desktop. Yes, the percentage of mobile traffic becomes bigger and bigger with each quarter, with each year, and in the last third quarter of 2022, we can see that maybe 65% is tablet traffic and 35% is mobile traffic. Compared with 2021 first quarter, it was like maybe less than 20%. But at the same time, we see that the dynamic, which is clear and is okay for the all niches we work with, that mobile will win. In SaaS software is just going in this way, that a lot of traffic is still coming from desktop, and we need to understand and manage this. Okay, if we talk about the strategy, today we will go through the 7 strategy questions, which will help us to find exact data, what we are going to do in digital marketing. This 7-question strategy, maybe you found it in some of my courses on Udemy, or maybe you've read the book Cutting Edge Digital Marketing, which you can find on Amazon. These questions can help you to clarify how to build the best digital marketing strategy for your SaaS platform, if you are growing, if you are finding new ways, new solutions, and so on. So the questions, they are clear. You can see them on the screen. They are: who are we, our mission, vision, and values? These questions, they are really important. And if we talk about the mission is a clue which connecting together all things which you are doing, which you are communicating. You understand the best value, the best fit which you have for your people, for market, and the mission helps you to be like the straight and forward and give the data about what you are doing, how you are communicating, and so on. So if we talk about the second question, it's what do we offer? There are a lot of SaaS services. Some of them have a lot of competitors, and some niches are really overcrowded. So if we talk about the second question, what do we offer? I usually use such a question as via Visexy. So it helps us to change marketing term USP, unique selling proposition, and we need to understand why Visexy for our audience and why do they need to buy exact our product, our service, but not our competitor. Of course, we have to run through the competitive analysis, and before building your digital marketing SaaS strategy, you need to run through the competitive analysis. There are a lot of great tools, and today I will use similar web data, but at the same, you can go to Ahrefs, you can go to Serpstat, you can go to other great tools which help you to understand what are you going to do in exact niche and how you can use digital marketing business in the best performance. If we talk about the competitive analysis tools, the main word you need to remember is transparency. Digital marketing is really transparent. Just using free versions, demo versions of tools, or going and pay $100, you can get a lot of really valuable data about how your niche works, what digital marketing traffic sources are used, and you can engage and you can use these tools in your own digital marketing strategy. So it's really important and it's really vital. The next big thing is to understand the KPIs. If we talk about 3 levels of analytics, they are rich analytics, conversional analytics, and transactional analytics, or end-to-end analytics. The most SaaS are working very good on the end-to-end analytics in the level when you see the whole funnel, where you see how views, clicks transfer in conversions, how conversions transfer in sales. And if we talk about sales where you have churn, the churn rate is maybe one of the biggest disasters that most SaaS have. And at the same time, how people who already bought subscription, they bought it another time. And all these questions you need to manage and to build in the right funnel. The next question is, who is our target audience? Of course, a lot of SaaS start from the MVP, from the basic product market fit, and start to manage and scale. But at the same time, if we talk about their understanding of who is our main target audience, we need to work with different tools and we need to find different solutions. So if we talk about tools I will share with you today, they help you to find more insights about your target audience, make portraits of your user personas better, and this data can be really helpful for you. Another question is how we can build the traffic sources. And this is another vital one, because we have really a lot of traffic sources issues. If we start from upper funnel, it can be video ads, social media, banner ads, etc. But at the same time, we have a lot of tools like search, we have remarketing, we have SEO, content, and so on. How to build it in one predictable funnel. We will talk about this also later, and some of speakers will show the examples and share their best practices. And the last one, but not the least, we need to understand that we need to make it better. And if we talk about a regular optimization process, remember that all your activities must be approved. So you need to try to make it better and better and better. You need to build hypotheses. You need to share the ideas how to find the best solutions and what it can be worked together. So this is 7-question strategy. We have question in chat. Will the conference be available in the recording? Yes, but I recommend you to watch online, and you will have possibility to ask the question to speakers and they will answer the question. So the main benefit watching online is to get answers for your questions and personal recommendations from our experts today. So guys, the first question we've already mentioned is where the magic happens, where you know. So if we talk, I've just took SimilarWeb and took some our biggest guests today to double check how they feel, what tools they use, and so on. You can examine your niche in your SaaS really very fast. SimilarWeb is a great solution that helps you to find data about the monthly visits, monthly unique visits, visits unique visitors, visit duration, pages per visits, bounce rate, and so on. So the basic way, you can go to SimilarWeb, you can add a few 5, 10, 15 competitors of your niche and see how do they feel. So if we talk about this tool, it's really easy to use. So you just add and compare your competitors, get data, you understand how much traffic do they have, how fast do they grow, you will see the dynamics and so on. Another big thing that you can get with similar web, of course, is the distribution of traffic sources. You will see how do different competitors use approach in digital marketing. Of course, it will be a lot of direct traffic because the business of model of SaaS is to get audience, to keep audience, to re-engage audience, and this is very important. So the direct traffic will be really huge. But at the same time, you can go deep dive in organic traffic. You will see that a lot of traffic for SaaS platforms is usually from SEO. So in different niches, this percentage can be from 20 to 50%. But you will see how usually this SEO strategy is built. In some cases, it's about SEO. In some cases, it's about writing the blog, about active link building activities, and so on. So we will have some great case studies, and we will talk about this on exact examples during today's agenda with our speakers. Of course, great SaaS usually invest totally in paid search and display ads. So we will see how these tools can be also transformed in the predictable digital marketing funnel, and we will work with these together. Email, referrals, social media is also very important. We will have today a great speaker from Duda, and we will see how the influencer marketing is working there. We will talk a little bit about email marketing and other tools also with our speaker from SendPulse, and all these traffic sources, they are working really good. So if we talk about the social media, of course, if we see in the examples of our today guests, but at the same time, it can be clear if you will analyze and examine exact your niche, a lot of investments in YouTube, a lot of investments in video content, because to work with audience, to educate your audience is really very important for each SaaS platform. So we see that we have the main equity as YouTube. So YouTube is about educating, it's about engaging, it's about creating video content. At the same time, there are Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and other sources that help distribute this content. So this was just the first few things you can get from such tool as SimilarWeb. You can examine your niche by yourself. You can add 5, 10, 15 competitors, get easy to use spreadsheet and fill it. It will help you to learn more about your competitors, your niche, before you will start any digital marketing activities. On other side, we can find the Google Market Finder. One of the biggest questions that I have heard from different SaaS is about new markets. Of course, a lot of them start with the United States, United Kingdom, your other European market, which are extremely competitive. And the next question is to find the right markets to be not such competitive, to invest less, to get more, to get higher ROI. And one of the great tools I've already mentioned at the beginning, and which can help you to solve this issue, is Google Market Finder. For example, our next speaker from SendPulse, Alina Dikuha, will tell more about how they manage their scheduling and their activities with Latin America. LatAm is a great market, and how SendPulse is going there, what activities, what is their market going strategy, and so on. It will be a great topic of the next speech. And Google Market Finder can help you, your own SaaS, to find the right ideas where you need to go and how you are going to scale. So if we talk about search demand, you can go to SEMrush, to SERPstat, to Ahrefs, and to get all this data and to find the right answers about what keywords are you going to use in your further search engine optimization. As we saw on the slide with traffic sources, really a lot of traffic is from search engine optimization. A lot of traffic comes to SaaS exactly from SEO, and that's why we need to understand how do our competitors get their audience, from which keywords, on which pages, and so on. And this data you can find, for example, in SERPstat. So as I mentioned, the first question, where are we now? It's about transparency. You can use competitor analysis tool to get the basic understanding where you're now. The question why is about analytics and about the right KPIs you need to manage. So if we talk about the right question, it's start from Google Analytics. Google made it more complicated and moved us from Universal Analytics to GA4. And if we talk about your stages, you need to run step by step from rich analytics, where you measure just clicks, views, and so on, to conversional analytics, where you exactly understand how different traffic sources convert to your sales. And exact sales and repeat sales, it's about end-to-end analytics, or it's also called transactional analytics. So it must be built in each SaaS. Today, we also will have these questions. We will ask the biggest SaaS companies, how do they measure success? How do they build their end-to-end analytics? And it will be also very important experience we need to manage. So the next one is about who is your target audience. And this is a really vital question, especially if you are emerging and you are searching for new, big, really interesting emerging markets. And in this case, you need to find new audience insights. You need to understand your new markets, your new audience. And in this case, you need to go to find the right insights. I have a great toolkit for you, which will help you to find these insights, and you can find them here. So the first tool that will help you to find insights about your audience is Think with Google. So this is Google's portal, which you can use and have a great data about insights, ideas, inspiration. I recommend you to go here to manage it, and you will find really great, valuable information about your data. So just go to thinkwithgoogle.com, find a lot of surveys, a lot of insights, a lot of case studies. You can manage exact region you want. For example, if you're interested in Latin America, you can go there. If you're interested in Europe or Eastern Europe or Asia, etc., you can get exact region. And there are a lot of cases in verticals. For example, if you are building a SaaS business, you can try to find the case studies in exact your niche. So the next big thing you need to use is Facebook for Industries. Facebook for Industries is a really useful tool you can use to go and examine exactly your industry. So, for example, we can find B2B case studies. A lot of SaaS work exactly in B2B niche. So Facebook insights about what is really working in Instagram, in stories, in Reels, what better to manage with Facebook, with video content on Facebook and Instagram, and so on. All these small insights can be found on Facebook for Industries. If you don't use this portal, I recommend to do it. Just go there, find this information, and it will make your life really easy and not such complicated. The third big player is TikTok. We have Google, we have Facebook, and of course we have TikTok. So if you don't have any ideas how to manage your content on TikTok, how to be successful on TikTok, what information is really useful for your target audience, you can go to TikTok, also find some surveys about audience, about different markets, about the best practices, best case studies, and TikTok creators portal will be really helpful for you with all this stuff. So guys, of course, it must be all gathered into their understandable and predictable funnel. We usually use T-Sync here. It's a Google's funnel. We need to make people see us. It's about creating awareness, to think about us. It's about the consideration process, to go click and purchase and buy your subscription. And of course, we need to communicate again to avoid the high churn rate and to make again sales again and again. So if we talk about this funnel, it can be easily transformed in such kind of media plan as digital marketing agency via media planning on a regular basis. And so depends on what you are doing, what tools do you will use, and so on. It can look like this. It will be different traffic sources, different activities, and so on. But this arbitrage model where you need to buy traffic and spend less and get more, it's okay if you are going in short-term strategy. If you are going in long-term strategy, it's also about investing in content. When you start creating content, you need to invest in SEO, because SEO is a really great tool to expand your content and get more audience. You need to invest in social media, and we will talk with our today's speakers about social media, how it works, how it manages, and so on. And the third big thing, we need to work with our email marketing, CRM marketing, and it's also will be really crucial. So if we talk about our partners, and the next speaker is SendPulse. SendPulse has a great investments in all educational activities, educational content, blog content, their own events, side events, and so on. It's really great stuff that they are doing. For example, we are on Udemy, SendPulse is on Udemy, and creating educational content, creating blog, investing in long-term strategy is also a very important part for SaaS. If we talk about things which we need to do all after this, we need to ask all these 7 questions again and again and again. Because without answering these questions, you will not get the right answer, how it works, and how you can find all the stuff all together. So remember that you need to come back to the first slide and run through the 7 questions about your competitors, about your target audience, the right KPIs, how you will manage traffic sources, and where you will land your audience. This was the main stuff I want to say you on the first speech. You understand the first speech is hitting. You can get the feedback, and you will see how it works, how each stage is working with exact speakers and exact case studies you will see in today's conference. So don't hesitate to ask questions to me. Don't hesitate to ask questions to speaker. Put me in chat my mark for my speech from 0 to 10, how useful it was for you. 10 if it was extremely useful, 9 and 7 if it was maybe not very good, but 0, 1 if it's better to spend this time sleeping, eating, or in some other way. And I will have to share with you some gifts we have for you today. Today we have for you really great gifts. We have bonuses in our courses. The best value on Udemy, you can get courses like digital marketing course just for $12. You can get the digital marketing strategy bundle. You can get social media marketing strategy. Of course, it's SEO strategy course, Google Analytics GA4 course. I've mentioned GA4 is really important. And I want to invite you to our free live webinar, which will be in December. We'll talk about how to use blogs for business. Blogging, influencer marketing is also really important for SaaS. So I will happy to see you with our great speaker, Zoya Lobot. It will be the 19th of December. So don't hesitate to visit this webinar too. In the end, I want to say thank you to all our sponsors, partners, and speakers. Without these guys, this conference can't go on. I want to say thank you for our gold sponsor. It's Editorial Link. Editorial Link service is really great company that will help you to get links from the websites of real businesses, corporate blogs, or world-famous SaaS services. You can order 5 or more links and get 1 link as a gift with the promo code SaaSDay. Find this link and other activities in our chat. We will share it on our final newsletter. And today we will get really great speakers and great speeches. So don't hesitate to give your feedback in chat, ask your questions, and I will be happy to answer them in chat too. So my speech is on the final stage, and we are ready to meet our next great speaker. So now I want to introduce you to Alina Dikuha. She's head of digital marketing at SendPulse. Alina is really great expert. We've created with her 2 courses on Udemy about chatbot marketing. For a long time, it was even the highest rated course in the category about email marketing. And now Alina will share with you how to run marketing from Europe to LatAm, how to sync and develop international marketing teams within one company. So Alina, I'm ready to meet you. Do we have Alina? Yeah.
Hello,
Alina,
Anton. Thank you for introduce. I'm fine. Thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to see visitors here. And thank you for a great speech and start. My name is Alina, and I'm from SendPulse. This year, I'm head of digital marketing at SendPulse because we had some changing with our business processes. And today, it will be my first time when I will have a speech about how we run in marketing and build marketing from Europe to LatAm. How we are working with team from from Nigeria, from Brazil, from Mexico, how we think, how we build marketing plan, and how we running marketing together. Let's go, and it's my presentation. As for me, some sentences. I worked with startups, with SMB, small medium businesses, tech and e-commerce activities, first of all, and joined St. Paul's in 2015. It was the year when company was founded, and it was a little startup, and right now it's a company with different offices, with many locals, with many languages in the admin panel, and it is really great when you have experience to grow from startup to big company. And right now I'm head of digital marketing at St. Paul's, and we have in our platform with over 2 million clients worldwide now. And I will talk today more about some business processes, about how we work inside and how we build our marketing strategy and include different markets here. I mean Brazilian market, I mean Mexican market, and Nigeria. I really love no-code platform, and it's maybe one of the reason why I'm here and why I love St. Paul's, because every product that we have, it is no-code. And first of all, we are a SaaS platform, and we targeted for digital marketers and business owners who don't have some skills in programming, it can be, and they can do and build some email template, chatbots, etc. only in our platform. And one of my challenge this year is thinking and growing our international marketing teams in Brazil, Mexico, and Nigeria. How it was and how does it work? How we started and choose a new market? First of all, it's an important question, because we have different countries. We have so many ways where we can go, where we can build marketing. But first of all, you must choose some way, some market, and it can be with some reasons. First of all, we oriented that we had organic traffic and sales from this market. For example, we had a report from sales team, and we saw that in Nigeria we had a boost of sales last 3 months, for example. And it is one of the reason where and when we can go to this market and analyze it more. Then if you have some interesting things and some interesting insights and sales from this market, you can go to this market, you can speak with some managers, sales managers, marketing from this team and from this local, and try to understand some important things. For example, it can be about purchases, about bank, about how pay system use on this market, and what language and what tradition and what some things that you can't know when you, for example, stay in Ukraine. Because we have so many cases when we have some interesting points only after conversation with some local marketing team, and we don't know about it when we stay in Ukraine. And then we, of course, have a question. It's about local, it's about a language. For example, we are working with Brasilia, and in Brasilia, the most part of people use every day it's Portuguese, and they don't know English, and not many people know it. And it's not very often case to use it, and it is really important to make a local admin panel and translate it, the main part of content on the website, to Portuguese. When we speak about Mexico, the most part of people here use Spanish, and then when we understand that we had sales department, good sales department, when we understand that we had a boost for sales purchases from our clients here in this on this market, we made a local admin panel and translated the main part of content on our website, on our admin panel, on our products in Spanish too. In Nigeria, for example, it was a simple way because Nigeria use English and it's okay. Then, of course, we analyze targeted audience, prices, competitors, and we must understand when we go to some local, to new markets, that it's okay or not okay. The people on this market use our tools in general or no. They have this opportunity to use, and they have these questions about it or no. It's really important when you have a great competitors, local competitors. It was a reason for example, open activity and open local offices too, because it is really important. For example, when we built sales processes in Brazil, it was really important to open sales department, because people speak only in Portuguese, and of course they understand quickly local people, local sales, and it was our key for success here. In Mexico too, when people hear that sales manager from Mexico, they of course have more pros that continue and go ahead this dialogue. If sales representatives worked very well on the market, we hired a marketing team after this and opened a local office. It was the way to Brazil, it was the way to Mexico and Nigeria too. First of all, we hired sales representative and sales managers, and then hired a marketing team. Why international marketing teams need a sync, of course. Every country has its local specific nature. It can be language, it can be traditions, it can be holidays. For example, in Mexico and in Brazil, in the end of the year, they have specific holidays, and we stop our marketing activities, the main part of them, and stop some advertisement campaign because it's don't work usually. And sometimes it can be tone of voice, it can be communication, of course, and it's really important. Then every market has an original way to growing and distribution channels. It can be different, but it can be. We are different, of course, but we have one product and a general concept and business model. It's SaaS, it's SaaS, it's no-code service. And of course, every department can share some examples, knowledge, how it works on this market, and try to choose some ways, and we run together. Because, of course, we have one concept and one business model. First of all, when we hired marketing team, we had a marketing lead, because a marketing lead it's the important part of business processes, and it is a person which communicate with different departments, with different representatives, and of course with head office too. A marketing lead, for our opinion, must be super fast, proactive, and open for new ways to work. A marketing lead has a mix of hard and soft skills because in our practice we use public speaking for C-level and for marketing leads, and it's working in SaaS very well. We try to looking for different interesting events in our area in different locals, and we usually go with or booth it can be or online. And of course we have some program and try to make more public speaking for our speakers inside St. Paul's. Then a marketing lead must be a good teamwork player, because the most part of work a marketing lead, it is an organized team, and of course make that they work good for our main goals. Then a good team manager with full understanding of the main goal, and of course think with different. We had a case when we hired people, first of all, without English, and it was a bad experience because it was really difficult to understand something important things. And right now we had a rule that a marketing lead must has a good English command for communication with other leads, departments, and head office too. And it's really good for communication and business processes at all. For example, we have a case when St. Paul's, Brazil, and Mexico CEO didn't know English when we started, but he took an English course in Dublin, which improved his English level greatly. Right now, I talk about our Diego. It was Diego's story, and Diego moved from Brazil to Dublin and lived, if I remember correctly, it was around 1 year. And then, and right now, he improves his English level every day, and he sometimes goes to America and came back and improve, and it's really good for our processes because we understand each other without translation. Because I remember this case when our CEO from Ukraine, Konstantin Makarov, moved to Brazil to had a meeting with Diego, and they spoke with each other only with translation, only with Google Translate on the phone, on the laptop, and it was a problem. But we will fix it, and this case can be. But right now we have a rule that a marketing lead or a C-level in different offices must be with maybe basic English level, but it is must be. How does it work? For example, we had a case when marketing lead switched from sales department, and it's okay when people understand that marketing more close for them and it's more convenient and it's effective. Why not? For example, our right now marketing lead in Brazil, Bianca, she switched from sales department. Then lead can happen to have a mentor inside our company. We have this practice because sometimes we understand that some leads on some market that we will open can have so much experience with some, for example, targeted campaign, with some events, with some etc. Ways that you will choose. And sometimes when this experience is successful, lead can be a mentor and can grow to the next level and can teach our leads inside St. Paul's. For example, our marketing manager in Brazil, Bianca, had a mentor for Mexican team, and right now she became a chief marketing officer in LatAm and Brazil, and we are really satisfied for this experience. Every idea must be tested as hypothesis And for example, TikTok works well for Mexico, but in Brazil, Instagram Reels work better, and it's okay. And it's screens from TikTok and from Instagram. If our marketing lead has concept, has idea, has hypothesis, we will open and you can try it. If it's working, okay. And for example, we tried TikTok in Brazil, in Mexico, but right now in Mexico we will decide that we go ahead, but Brazil right now focus on Instagram Reels, and for them, for this market, it's working very well. How does it work? Plan, plan. Right now, we are changing our business processes, and we try to build plan for 3 next months. It depends on our development department, like SaaS, of course, and our releases. But more than 70% of promo campaigns is connected with our releases. What I mean, for example, right now, me and leads from my department, we are creating and working with plan for 3 next months, and for the 3 next months in the beginning of the next year, of course, and then we will present this for our departments, and our departments, our offices in Brazil, in Mexico, in Nigeria, create some similar with our main ideas, with our main goals, with our releases, of course, but they will choose their ways, their channels, for example, and create this plan. Then we sync with every marketing team, and every team prepares a plan with some steps, points, examples. We sync, and we let's go to the next 3 months. It's really important because if you don't have this thing, if you don't have some plans for the next, for example, it's our case, it's our effective case when we plan for 3 next months. If you can do for 3, not for 3, it can be for 6 months, it can be for 1 year. Why not? It's okay, but it's really our case, and it's really working very well. And we analyze and discuss with our product managers, with our technical development team about our releases, and then of course we will prepare a marketing plan and then sync with different market, and it's working for us. We have 1 meeting per week. Sometimes it can be 2, 1 meeting per 2 weeks with leads from different markets, and we sync our main goals, and it can be discuss about some plans for next month. It can be for next 2 weeks, etc. We have 1 meeting per 2 weeks where we discuss an important topic, and with leads sharing their knowledge. For example, we had a big meeting about PR activities, and our PR lead Irina from Ukraine shared her experience about how it works. Then we discussed about it, and then every lead from Nigeria, from Mexico, from Brazil adapted this for their market, because of course we have differences. Then we have a practice, it's about mentoring companies' internal processes, about what I spoke 5 minutes ago, discussing their working hours, try to make a call at convenient time. It's really important when you works with different markets. For example, we have an 8-hour time zone, and it's not convenient sometimes with Mexico, but we try to make some important call, some important meeting. For example, it can be 6 p.m. in Ukraine, and it can be 9 or 10 a.m. in Mexico, and it's comfortable for everyone. And of course, we try to have some hours when we answer the question questions and when we contact with this office and it's convenient for both sides. We have especially a tradition and a special case and it's one-to-one with leads when we can discuss about some points about team, about goal, about KPIs, about some ideas, and it's working very well and we go ahead with this. We changing, adapting and fixing a process and communication if we see that it isn't effective. For example, in the past, we had a practice when we built a plan for 6 months, when we built a plan for 1 month, but right now we understand that we will try about 3 months. And example for us, it's work very well. For example, when we have a release and the most part of our developer team, it is staff from Ukraine. We made internal demo and for example how it works, what it can be. Internal demos on new services for all offices before the release. It's one of our important part of work, and we usually our product managers host them and they share their screen and show the new service in real time. First of all, it depends on support, sales, and marketing departments, and we keep in touch about our releases, about our updates, and first of all, we share this part of our work and this feature with our teams and make internal demo. We have a good experience with strategization. We try to make it one strategization per 6 months, and in the past it was an online strategization. It was reports from CEO and department leads regarding growth ideas on local marketing for the following 6 months. We discuss not so much time for a problem because we understand some cases where we can fix, where we can change in some processes. The main part of our strategization, we discuss about ideas, how we can grow, what markets we will open, and what ideas we will include, for example, in marketing departments. We discussing and approving ideas and hypotheses with C-level managers and the head office, and then we will go and have this plan for 6 months, basic plan for development team, for marketing team, for support, and we discuss about some important things, important ideas, and of course it depends on how we will grow, and we build this plan. Last time, and it was in September, we had an offline strategization. It was first time when we tried to go in Mexico, and in September we had it, and it was great. We had offline strategization. You can see some photos from this period, and it was a plan. First of all, a global report about every market from SEO, the report from team leads about ideas on how to grow local marketing in the following 6 months, discuss and validate ideas and hypotheses with C-level managers and head office, and of course one-to-one with leads of departments. For example, online strategization, it can be usually 2 days, but offline strategization, we have a whole week, and it was great because we had many one-to-one with every lead. We opened some insights for us, and I really recommend, if you have this opportunity, to go and talk with your leads, with your colleagues offline. It's working very well. Important points about our experience and how we're working with LatAm, with Mexico, with Nigeria, and right now we try to open representative in Turkey and in France, and we are working with this case, more communication and sync between departments and teams, because some problems it can be when you have some miscommunication. More communication, do it systemically, and it is a key of success here. Europe is more closed, cold in communication. It's true. LatAm and Brazil are more open and friendly sometimes, and sometimes people from Ukraine can't understand how it works and what moods and understands full of process. But starting your meeting with small talk and everything will be fine. I think you really love to communicate after this with people from Brazil, from LatAm. They are really sunny, they are really great, and it's the main part of my lovely task, and the main part of my lovely job when I have this sync communication and build this process with different teams. Expand your marketing staff if you see potential on this market, of course, and plan your activities, promo events, build KPIs, and run the routine together. Not use case when you build some KPIs, some plans, marketing activities, and you build it only in the head office, because you must sync with different teams, and different teams must understand that they are the element of a big process of a big SaaS company, and of course you can run the routine together, and it is works very well. Thank you so much. It was the main part of my speech today, and if you have some questions, you can ask right now, or you can ask later, and I would like to answer and share my experience with you. Thank you so much.
Alina, thank you for such a great speech. You was such excited about LatAm and Brazil. So of course, we have some questions. You remember our issue with Udemy that the most of our students, they are watching this recording, will watch this recording a little bit later. So we have questions from them that they sent to us to ask to you. How do you usually prioritize new markets? What are your main criteria for prioritization?
Usually we analyze competitors, we analyze prices, we analyze products. If this market, for example, has some local company, has a big competitors, it was the reason and some questions when we decided we go or no. If we see that we have an area to open, to test, why not? And maybe it's the main part of this. And then if we have a good manager, or we have a communication with some sales manager, and we understand that, it's our, we can try.
Okay, great. We have another question. What is the biggest challenge at LatAm? What is the biggest challenge for you or for your team?
The biggest challenge right now, we try to build brand awareness in LatAm. For example, in Europe, we have it because it was so many conferences, so many events, so many marketing campaigns. In LatAm, right now, we have a boost, but we try to have this brand awareness and try to boost it. And of course, right now, we decide that our team must be bigger here, because it has to make sense. And when you have, for example, three colleagues from this office, and right now you have more than 10, it's a challenge to build these processes, to change these processes, but I love it, and we will do it right now.
One critical question: is it always optimistic to open new markets? To close, it's not such optimistic experience. Did you close any offices? Which market it was?
Yeah, it was in Turkey, and we opened.
Can you tell a little bit more about this experience? Why Turkey didn't become a rocket?
We opened office in Turkey. If I remember correctly, it was around 4 or 5 years ago. Then we closed because we don't have so great benefits and don't have success here. And right now we are trying to reopen and
Reopen, yeah.
yeah, but with some colleagues, some new colleagues, some new ways, and we try to make this again because right now we see a sense.
It's always a very important question. What is the reason of success, or what is the reason of disaster? What was the reason why you can't succeed in Turkey? Why do you think it's
I
really
think
can be important for our listeners?
I think it depends on some moments in this country because that time it was not so good. It was high prices for every products and historical time it's not so good, historical period only. Then we had some problems with colleagues here, and then we had some problems to hire guys to sales department with language, and we try to hire people who understand something in SaaS and try to learn, try to teach, but it doesn't work in that time. Right now we are open, and I think that we will do it again. And right now we reopen our website with Turkish version, and I think that you will see it next month. SEO
I
blog
wish
and
you
yeah.
good luck. I wish you good luck with Turkey. I wish you good luck with LatAm. Thank you for such inspiring speech. Have a great day and see you on our other events.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you today, and thank you for great questions. Have a nice
Thanks,
event.
Alina. Thanks, Alina. And we are waiting for our next great speaker. It will be Bogdan Carlescu, VP of Marketing at Creatopy. Bogdan will share with us how to accelerate customer acquisition in 2023 by optimizing advertising campaigns. So, Bogdan, hi, how are you? Are you ready to join us? How are you,
Can you
Bogdan?
hear me now? Hey, thank you
Yeah,
for
it's
the
everything okay.
invitation. Thank you for the invitation.
I'm really happy to have you with us. I think that you can share really great insights. You can start, you can share your presentation, and we will be happy to hear you.
Yes, let me share my presentation. Hopefully everyone can see it. So yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be with you and share some key insights regarding how you can optimize advertising campaigns in 2023, and of course beyond that. Excuse me. So most of what I'm going to share is based on the experience that we accumulated at Creatopy as we run global advertising campaigns for the last 5-6 years. So about us, Creatopy is a SaaS company as yourself. Most of the team is based in Romania, but we are operating globally from the very start. We are delivering a creative automation platform, and that enables businesses of all sizes to produce, to personalize at scale, to deliver, and to optimize their ad campaigns. Creatopy is a new brand, a new product. It has only 2 years, but it was created on the foundation of a previous product that was called Bannersnake, and maybe some of you may know it. Myself, I spent about half of my career, 7-8 years, building tech solutions, and the second half marketing and selling tech solutions. In the last 5 years, I was with another global Romanian brand, the cybersecurity vendor Bitdefender, and since March this year, I'm leading the marketing group at Creatopy. I got fully immersed in ad tech and really loving it. Now, while the transition from cybersecurity to ad tech revealed many new perspectives, it also highlighted many commonalities between the two SaaS companies, especially from go-to-market execution perspective. And that's why I'm pretty sure that we are all facing more or less similar challenges. And we'd very much love to hear your thoughts too during the Q&A session, and yeah, why not afterwards through social media. I split my presentation today in three areas. I'll have a quick peek into 2023 and why is ad campaign optimization critical for customer acquisition in the coming year. Second, I will share the 5 most important ways, at least the ones that I consider are the most important to enhance your campaigns in 2023. And last, a few thoughts on creative automation as an enabler, as a key enabler that you need in order to have a better campaign execution. Now, campaign optimization is obviously an important topic in general. Obviously, we want to get the most out of our work, but I expect it to be crucial in 2023. And I have 3 good reasons for that. First, both our own experience at Creatopy, but also many global statistics are showing that the cost of customer acquisition increased significantly in the last couple of years. Just to give you an example, the cost per click for Google Ads increased by an average of 20% in 2022, while the cost of acquiring customers jumped 3 times in the last 10 years. So there is obviously a big increase in of acquiring customers, and the trend will continue, unfortunately, in 2023, especially for the industries that are operating on a low margin. This cost increase affects profitability quite a bit. Second, besides the increased cost, the return on marketing campaigns is also affected by political and the economical situation. The war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, inflations are directly affecting businesses at a global level and make customer acquisition really challenging. In most of the cases, we will have to do more with the same or less resources compared to 2022, but in an equally bad or even worse situation. So we really have to consider this. Third, the rules that are governing our space are slowly but surely changing. User privacy is highly praised, and the security professional within me says this is a very good thing, but it also creates challenges for reaches the audiences that we are interested in. So although responsible marketing is something that I value, obviously there is a cost attached to it, and we have to compensate it somehow. So in general, in the next year, we will have to navigate a more complicated environment where our efforts for acquiring customers and to grow our businesses will have to be smarter. Obviously, regarding the macro factors that I mentioned, there is little we can do about them. They are out of our control. But the good news is there are things that we can control. So let's see what are the options that we have at hand in order to maximize the return on our campaigns. Before sharing my own thoughts, or actually the experience from Creatopy, I want to give you an interesting second perspective. So while I was preparing for this presentation, OpenAI released ChatGPT. If you're not familiar with it, OpenAI is an AI research and deployment company. As stated on their website, their mission is to ensure that artificial intelligence is something that the entire humanity is benefiting of. So one of the major projects that they work on is an AI model called ChatGPT, which is trained to interact in a very conversational way. I am sure many of you are aware of it, as this is all over the social networks. So I said to myself, let's see what AI thinks about how to optimize advertising campaigns. So here is the answer that I received to the question, how to optimize advertising campaigns. I'll just read it to you because it's short and I would say unexpectedly sweet. So here's the answer of the bot. There are many ways to optimize advertising campaigns, and here are a few ideas. First is to set goals, such as increasing brand awareness or driving sales. This will help you focus your efforts and measure the success of your campaigns. Second, use targeted advertising to reach the right audience. This can be done through a variety of methods, such as targeting by demographics, interests, or behaviors. Third, use A/B testing to compare different versions of your ads to see which ones performs the best. That will help you refine your approach and improve the effectiveness of your ads. Fourth, monitor the performance of your ads and make adjustments as needed. This can include changing the targeting, adjusting the budget, or modifying the creative elements of the ad. Fifth, consider using automation to manage your advertising campaigns. This will help you save time and ensure that your campaigns are running efficiently. And the last thing, which I like the most, overall, the key to optimizing advertising campaigns is to be proactive, be willing to experiment, and continually monitoring and adjusting your approach to improve the results of your campaigns. Wow, this is so good. It almost wrote the summary of my presentation. Almost, but not quite. I think there is still a little bit of room for a human around. But I think the perspective is absolutely great and includes most of the interesting things to have in mind. It also gave me a few, let's say, additional things to think about and also talk about today. Especially, I will refer to point number 1 and number 5. Initially, point number 1, I didn't think of including in this talk, but actually worth noting it. Though it seems to be a no-brainer, setting clear goals for ad campaigns is something that we tend somehow to overlook. So not being specific enough in what we want to achieve or trying to achieve too many things with one single campaign usually leads to suboptimal execution and obviously disappointing results. So less, but clear and specific might be actually more in terms of results. I will get back also to point number five, which is also very important. But as I walk you through the insights that we experienced ourselves at Creative, and it will be interesting to see if there are differences or what are the differences and how what I will say will complement what AI thinks about ad campaigns optimization. So let's get started. Our first learning was that we need to focus more on creative production and personalization. The fact that the first insight overlaps with Creative's main area of competence as a business might look a little bit surprising, but as I said, we are all facing similar challenges, and in many cases, ads creation, even for us, is an afterthought. And this leads to missed opportunities. Now, as we progress through 2022, I heard more and more people in the industry and around it talking about the importance of creativity and creatives. Google, for example, has a very interesting initiative. They led a quite in-depth study on the future of creative that they called Open Creative Project. This study covered a wide range of perspectives. It included analysts, consulting firms, marketing agencies, and so on. I don't have the time now to share the details. You can find them easily on the web. But the conclusion of their study is pointing in the same direction as the one we are seeing. So the creatives are very important for the current, but also the future success of businesses. How? Well, there are several angles to consider when thinking of this subject. First, the optimization of creatives, of ads, opens opportunities for increased brand recognition, for higher level of engagement. And this is why it's becoming more and more important. While the principle is easy to grasp, the implementation of the principle is not as straightforward as it seems. On one side, because the users are concerned with their own privacy, but they also demand for a more personalized experience. So to meet these expectations, we advertisers, we really need to be creative, build relevant ads, build the relevant ads at scale, while ensuring that everything that we do remains, let's say, in a manageable level from workload perspective. So this is where I make the first connection to the AI bots point number 5, the automation. There is no reasonable way to create personalized creatives at scale except by using automation, and more specifically creative automation. Data-fed ad designs are simplifying things quite a bit, so allows you to generate personalized assets, personalized ads for entire campaigns actually instantly. And the next step is to add dynamic ads, because some of the elements of the ads can be changed by the data about the users, like location, for example. You can make sure that the personalization go one step further. So you hit the right message with the right audience. Another key aspect to bear in mind is optimizing the ads for different devices. For example, if the audience is predominantly mobile, then you should use the best performing mobile banner sizes when designing your ad campaigns. The last angle I want to mention, also very important, while we strive for higher personalization, we need to make sure that all the creatives remain on brand. So this is important because besides ensuring that the users, the prospects, have a familiar and an authentic experience while they interact with our ads, it also creates trust. So this is very difficult to be done manually. People do mistakes when they have to repeat the same things over and over again. So that's why creative automation is very valuable also from brand alignment perspective, because it ensures that the brand rules are applied really consistently across all the ads. Now, creatives ads, they are important, but so is targeting. Generally speaking, we all know that the more narrow you go with targeting, the more relevant your ads become. So we are all using various targeting methods to clearly define our intended audience, and it's very good that we have all these options. The drawback of this is that hyper targeting also tends to increase the cost quite a bit, and this is not good, given that we already have a high cost of acquiring customers. So while we cannot give up on granularity, and we need to still use it, at least for some situations, we also should try different approaches when it comes to targeting. And an alternative is to use personalization as a targeting, creative personalization as a targeting instrument. Personalized ads really have the power to drive conversions, while technically we maintain a broader targeting. So we address a wide audience with specific ads, and that allows us to get to the right people that we want to interact with. So you'll be able to cast a wide net and put the budget to better use. Now, whichever method you choose, you need to monitor performance, because your initial targeted initial audience might not be the exact right one. So you can pause a specific element of campaign if it doesn't perform as you expect, add new audiences, bring new ads in front of the right people. So don't be afraid to experiment with targeting options that are available now and in 2023, because there is actually no one-size-fits-all recipe. And only by exploring different alternatives, you'll know what works and what's better for a specific campaign. Our third insight relates to actually budget allocation, very closely related to targeting. As I mentioned, the cost per click increased significantly, and going into 2023, that's going to stay here and impact our budget. So don't expect to get the same results with the same budget doing the same things. So we need to be smarter in the way we use our budgets in order to reach our goals. Now, of all the options that we tested ourselves, we prefer to use automated bidding. We recommend, for example, if you want to use it, setting an average daily budget, multiply it by 30 to give you an overview for the monthly budget, and then start playing with it. If you noticed a boost in conversions, you might want to increase the budget. If you see that the performance is not the one that you expected, the cost is too high, you might want to change and lower the budget. Now, what is important is all these changes should be done really smoothly. Whatever sudden budget changes you will do will impact the performance of your campaign. So try to adjust maximum of 10% of the time, no matter if you go up or down. Now, also speaking of budget, when you allocate your budget, make sure that you also set aside a portion of it for A/B testing. It will help you greatly improve your campaign's performance. Regardless if you have a well-defined targeting, regardless if you have or if you already have personalized creatives, you cannot predict how the audience is reacting, let's say, with your campaign as you move forward. So we can use A/B testing, both in case of underperforming campaigns, in order to determine what can be optimized. But we really stress the thing that A/B testing should be an ongoing practice, not only when we have issues, but rather use A/B testing even if you're satisfied with your current results, because there is always room to improve. So by continuously experimenting, even when performance is good, you can find better creatives, better landing pages that will perform even better. In terms of methodology, we also, as with budgets, we recommend doing small changes. Tweak only one element at a time. It will take longer to experiment, but it will provide better clarity. For instance, run 2 ad variations, but keep the landing page the same. If you want to change to test landing pages, keep the same ads and so on. Now, also, when it comes to testing, automation is a valuable asset. You want to be able to test and to optimize ads with the least manual work possible. So creative automation helps you run A/B testing directly from production platforms, and creative automation platforms, including Creative, can help you do that. This will reduce the hassle of setting up experiments in the advertising platform. So it will reduce a lot the workload. It will reduce the time we will take in order to have these experiments live. The last performance insight is something that I already mentioned, but worth being stated as a standalone item. In advertising, data is your best friend. So you want to review performance periodically in order to find improvements. It will it will help you not only, let's say, perform better today, but also find the ways to stay on track in terms of performance, and also correct the things that might not be where you want them to be. So you need to leverage analytics to the best of your to the best capabilities that you have at hands, in order to squeeze as much ROI as possible from one campaign. One tip that I want to particularly make you attentive to are how you choose your KPIs. So take your time, choose your KPIs in order to be best aligned with your campaign's goals. Because if you track irrelevant KPIs, you will make most probably wrong optimization decisions. And instead of moving towards, you will move away from your goal. So having the right KPIs is really important. The second is to do performance reviews periodically. There are many tools that you can use, but I personally advise against creating an overly complicated stack. Remember that campaign optimization is an ongoing process, and that means you have to do it regularly. So the system that you use needs to be comprehensive, but not overwhelming. So we recommend you, let's say, having a process, a system that allows you to review performance weekly, so you can keep things under control. As an important side note, don't be quick to make decisions regarding performance. Of course, we don't want to delay too much, but you need to consider the time the campaigns need to adjust. And for example, with Google Ads, it takes at least 7 days until the campaign gets into optimal state after a change. So you need to take time from this perspective. Now, this is the last tip that I wanted to provide you with, and I want to conclude with just a few thoughts related to how creative automation can be an enabler for your campaigns. And you already heard me talking about it several times during the presentation. I just want to give you a little bit of highlight on it. We all know that there is a lot of work that goes into creating, building, optimizing ad campaigns, and relying on manual work will most likely lead to delays. It will take longer to put your campaigns in the market. Your personalization will be limited, and you will probably end up with quite a bit of frustration due to lack of flexibility. These are all impacting the performance of the campaigns, will impact the customer acquisition in terms of volume and also in terms of cost. So the automation capabilities that are currently built into the creative automation platforms reached a level of maturity that can make this entire process of building, optimizing, putting the campaigns in the wild much faster and much easier. The good news is that moving from or complementing a general design tool that you may use like Photoshop or even Canva, moving to a specialized creative automation platform is not difficult, but will enable significantly more options in terms of ad personalization, in terms of capabilities to do ad serving across multiple ad networks, and also to do better performance tracking. Creative in particular put a lot of effort in developing an easy-to-use platform that empowers both advertisers and creative teams alike. And we have quite a few examples of companies, for example, Sorted or Brandfinity, that used our ad automation or creative automation platform in order to optimize the way they manage campaign while staying on track with their brand. So you can take my words for granted, but I invite you, everyone in the session, take a tour of the platform, see for yourselves how easy it is to implement the principles that I mentioned in order to leverage your campaigns in 2023, how you can use creative automation in this matter. So thank you very much for your time. And Anton, let's see if we have some questions.
Bogdan, thank you for great speech. And yeah, as I mentioned, yes, we have questions from students that can't present, but they will watch the video. As a user of Creative, I can say that yes, you have a really great tool, which is easy to use. So thank you for creating such great tools. And we have the first question: what are the main trends in artificial intelligence in advertising do you see? You've mentioned some of them, but maybe you can summarize.
I think AI is already used on a large scale in advertising, especially inside the tools. We are also using some models in order to make better use of automation as a principle. So whenever we talk about automation, some level of artificial intelligence or machine learning models tend to be used. It was interesting, I think yesterday or the other day, I was reading an article on the drum, also related to OpenAI. It was, I don't know if you noticed it, it was an interesting conversation between the journalist and the bot related to how to use AI in advertising. And the answer from the bot was, you should use it, but be careful, in summary. So I would say there are various use cases, but it is important to, let's say, have it under human control, at least for now. So it's a very powerful tool. It will enhance many things that we do, and yeah, time will tell how far it will go.
Great, thank you for the answering the question. A lot of our audience, they are from small and medium business. So the question was, can Create P automatization toolkit can be used for SMB?
Oh, yeah, it's a great question. And actually, Create2P grew from an SMB base. So the product was developed and tweaked while we served for many years small customers. And of course, the tool can help you using, let's say, as an enterprise, complex channels, creating complex systems. But there are many benefits of the tool also for the small organizations. For example, the easiness of using animations. So we are preparing a release now that will bring in the product capabilities that you only find in After Effects, and where it takes like 3 days to get a video, you'll be able to do it literally in 2-3 hours in Create2P. That's one thing. Then
Sounds great.
Yeah, there is a lot of value for small customers too.
Okay, we have one more question. What will be the main challenge for Create2P in 2023?
The main challenge for us is, as for many of you, is growth. We are navigating tough waters. And as I shared with you some of the insights, some of the ideas that we are planning to implement as we move into 2023. Yeah, that's what we expect, to get a tougher crowd in terms of customers, be more expensive. So we'll have to be creative in the way that we market to the global audience in order to be effective.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have one more next question. Which channel is the most efficient for you in your digital marketing?
It depends how you define efficiency. If you define efficiency in terms of time or in terms of money, if you define it in terms of time, the most efficient is paid advertising, because it provides you immediate results, or almost immediate. If you define it in terms of resources involved, then SEO is the one that, let's say, has the most leverage on resources. But it takes longer. It's an art more difficult to handle than let's say paid campaigns.
We have also maybe the last question about your marketing team. Can you tell a little bit more about how many people are working in your marketing team, digital marketing, and how this team is structured?
We are so actually I am leading the entire marketing group that is including several areas. One is PR and social media. The second group is focused on growth, and where we have outreach, we have SEO, we have email marketing, and then we have a third group which is kind of a cross-functional. We have product marketing, we have content marketing, and we have program management. So these are the main areas in the team, and total we are around 20 people.
Okay, great. Bogdan, I don't see any more questions. If they will be in chat, I will be happy if you will answer them. Thank you for great speech. Thank you for answering the question. We will be happy to have you on our other events. And as I've mentioned, Creative is a really great tool, and we're happy to have you on our online conference. Have a great day and see you on other events. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
So guys, we have a short break in our schedule agenda. It was just 15 minutes, but answering the question is also very important. So we need to wait just 8 minutes for the next great speaker and Q&A session. We will have Tim Soulo, Chief Marketing Officer of Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a really great tool. Maybe I don't remember exactly, but maybe it's the first digital marketing SaaS that I've started to use maybe 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and I've started paying for it. So it's also very important. So if we talk about Ahrefs toolkit, it's really great about competitors analysis, link building strategies, keyword research. It's really great all-in-one market toolkit. But at the same time, I need your questions. We have prepared questions for team, and you can ask your personal questions about how to build marketing, digital marketing in SaaS, how to succeed, how to use all these tools all together. So you can prepare your questions in chat. You can drop them in chat. We will ask them team, and it will be just in 7 minutes. Before we will go to the break, I want to say one more time thank you to our partners and sponsors. You can find the special offer from Serpstat. You can get the free access for 5 days. Just go by the link you can find in chat. I want to say thank you to our main sponsor, Editorial Link. Links from websites of real businesses, corporate blogs of world-famous SaaS services, or the 5 or more links and get 1 link as a gift with the promo code SaaSDay. Find the link also in our chat. And of course, thank you for Webprom Agency. If you are interested in making your digital marketing better, set up Google Ads campaigns, Facebook Ads campaigns, TikTok, you need our help with SEO, go and dive and make SEO audit, PPC audit, etc. Don't hesitate, contact us and we will help you with digital marketing too. So just for 6 minutes for a short coffee break, get a cup of tea or cup of coffee, and we will come back to our online conference just 5 minutes. See you. Hi guys, thank you that you joined to our online conference SaaSDay. Today we have a special offer for you, 90% off on our courses on Udemy. Start learning with us, search engine optimization, Google Ads, digital marketing strategy, and other topic in digital marketing niche. Find coupon code and other information in chat. I will be happy to have you among our students on Udemy. See you online.
Do you want to rank higher on Google? Use the power of editorial links. But what are editorial links? These links are the real business's websites. They are not for sale, and you can get them only through building relationships. Let's take a look at the effectiveness of editorial links. Here is the client's website. From May to December, there were 100 links added, and the traffic increased 5-fold. Here is another client.
We grew our GR from 40 to 60. And also we've gained great positions in high competitive keywords. For example, we've been able to go to top 5 for the keyword software development outsourcing, which is like the top keyword you want to rank for in our industry.
Check out the editorial.link website to order editorial links. Editorial.link. Powerful links, cosmic results.
Okay, guys, we are ready to come back online after the coffee break, and I'm ready to present you next great today's speaker. It will be Q&A session. It will be Tim Soulo from Ahrefs. Tim is Chief Marketing Officer of Ahrefs. We will talk with him how to build a long-lasting and sustainable SaaS marketing strategy. And Tim is connecting to us from Singapore. Hi, Tim. How are you?
Hey, Anton. How's it going?
Tim, yeah, it's really fine. I'm happy to have you on our online conference. It's as I see, it's like 7 p.m. in Singapore, yes? And it's your last speech for today and the final ending of the day. Tim, we have a lot of questions from our audience. We have prepared questions from our students on Udemy. At the same time, I think that we will have some few of them in chat. I want to start with the first question that we've got. It's about strategy. What strategy and what tactics does Ahrefs use to promote itself?
To promote itself?
Yeah,
well,
how do you promote?
The best tactic to promote a software product is to actually create some kind of functionality, some kind of feature, some kind of tool that helps people a lot, that addresses a very popular and very important use case, and then promote feature. So that's actually something that we've seen consistently. So I've been at Ahrefs for 7 years now. And usually whenever we do some major updates to our platform, whenever we release some big new features and announce them, we get an uptick of registrations and uptick of customers this month. So the best marketing you can do is keep solving problems of your customers and keep telling your existing customers as well as the market that you are solving this problem in a new way, or you're saving them some of their time, you're saving them some of their headache, or you're saving them some of their money because previously they had to do it in a more expensive way. So that is the best thing you can do to grow software product.
And what was the most successful update in 2022? Which of them gave you the most boost?
So we don't really attribute any specific boost to any specific update, because in a given month we can release 2 to 3 features. Some months we wouldn't release anything, and we generally don't announce updates the day they're released. So in that way, our product team and our marketing team is not synchronized, because over the years we realized that making product team and marketing team synchronized to the point that we are releasing this feature on Friday at 5 p.m. The announcement should go the same day. It adds a lot of hustle, which we don't like. So those things are disconnected. But one of the latest features that we released that, for example, got a lot of traction on Twitter was a SERP comparison feature. So this is where you can pick any 2 dates in the past, and actually you can pick any 2 keywords, and you can compare SERPs, the search result pages for those keywords, and see how similar or how different they are. So this works for the same keyword for 2 different dates, or you can compare 2 different keywords and see if the same pages are ranking. So yeah, this is the latest feature that we released. This is why I remember it. But because we release like dozens of features every year, to properly answer your question, I need to open my spreadsheet with everything released.
Yeah, I understand it.
This was good.
But you have
probably actually yes? Google Data Studio connectors were pretty good for attracting bigger customers, because usually our bigger customers, they want to have more control over their data, and a lot of them have Google Data Studio as one of their reporting tools. So when we released Google Data Studio connectors, it was a deal breaker for a lot of people. A lot of people were waiting for this. So a lot of people upgraded their accounts to get this feature as well.
Great. We have another question. It's about the earnings. Just was public information about 40 million USD. How did you manage to earn this? What is the keys to success? If we talk about this question, I understand that it's a little bit tricky, but for each SaaS, everyone wants to get a magic button. Do you have such for our audience?
Magic button? What do you mean magic button?
How you succeed? How you succeed? What is the main magic button for your success?
So first of all, 40 million is an incredibly outdated information, to be honest.
Okay, I will prepare better for the next interview.
We actually crossed 100 million already. So I cannot give a specific number, but this is public information that we crossed 100 million already.
Yeah, still not the public company, so it's sometimes really hard to spy for you and to be really fast and get this information public.
Probably. So yeah, we crossed 100 million with a team which I believe is still less than 100 people. So this is a very efficient way to run a company. All props to Dmitry, our founder. So don't try to give me credit for that. It's Dmitry, our CEO and founder. But the magic button to success, I think I actually just explained it. So you have to keep your hands dirty with the actual market. You have to eat your own dog food. You have to understand your market. For us, it is easy because our marketing department uses our own software. So we have our own pain points. We have our own feature requests that we want to add to the platform so that it would make the job easier for us, for our marketing department. But we also listen to our, as boring as it sounds, we listen to our customers, we talk to our customers, we engage with them, and not only in support chat, but we go to conferences. I have a lot of friends among our customers. And yeah, keeping your hands dirty, doing the actual work that your software, in the industry that your software exists in, it helps you have a better understanding of where the industry is going and what kind of pain points people are having, what kind of issues you can solve for them with your software. And then again, just what I said, you create something cool, you let the industry know about it, and if you have an existing user base, they would be your first customers to spread the word about it. So that's basically the path to success.
I don't remember exactly, did you release this feature in this year or in the previous year, but it was Ahrefs Webmaster Tools. How did it work? It was successful or not? Because when I see this feature, I understand that it's a really great thing which is needed for small, medium business, for beginners, for guys who just to start, who need to connect their Google Search Console, not grab data and find a lot of data they don't know what to do, but it's like easy to use, ready checklist. What do you think about Ahrefs Webmaster Tool? Was it the right decision for you?
It's hard to tell if it was the right or wrong decision because we cannot just split the timeline of the universe in two. And in one timeline, we did release this feature, and the timeline, we didn't release this feature. So it's hard to tell. I would think that it was a success. We still get, I don't know the actual number, but it's like thousands of registrations, maybe even per day. So lots of people, basically you can think of it as a classic freemium model where people, where there's a low barrier, where there's a low barrier entry point, and our Ahrefs Webmaster Tools, it's a pretty big value add to people. So it's like Search Console, the Google Search Console, but with Ahrefs data. So you get all the data for the website that you own, as long as you have a proof of ownership. We let you verify your website with Ahrefs, and we give you all the SEO information about your website, just like Google Search Console does. So there's kind of no downside to register account. And this is a great freemium model. It's like Wix. They offer to start a free website, and then there are lots of add-ons if you want to upgrade it, if you want to add a shopping module and stuff like that. So with us, it's the same. For example, our site audit tool, which is incredibly powerful, we let people use it, I think, without restricting any functionality, but restricting the number of pages to 5,000. And 5,000 is a pretty big website. So any website under 5,000 can essentially use our site audit tool for free and keep an eye on the health of their website. So this is a great value add. It attracts a lot of people. It spreads via word of mouth. And when we released it, lots of SEO bloggers on YouTube did their reviews, which also brought us quite some traffic and quite some registrations. So yeah, it's a classic freemium model, and I think it worked for us like a classic freemium model for any software company. It's very good for user acquisition, and it's very good for word of mouth.
Honestly, when I saw this tool, I understood that it's really like a perfect SEO dashboard for beginner. We are working with beginner a lot in Web Promo Experts, in Skills Booster Academy, and I really loved it. But at the same time, I remember like 5 years ago when we were communicating with you, you was against freemium models. That's this question was maybe more about why did you switch from this point that the freemium like trial for Hrefs must cost $7, and how this feature was created, it's launched. Why did you shift from the position that trial must be $7 to the freemium model? Can you tell a little bit more? It's very interesting for all our listeners.
So that's an interesting question, and it's not like we switched from the trial that costs dollars to a freemium model, because for at least half a year, those things existed together. So we had a freemium model and we had a $7 trial. And what's interesting is that when we just released Hrefs with Master Tools, it wasn't easy to find it on our website. So we didn't promote it on our homepage, for example. We had a dedicated landing page, and we were doing some marketing campaigns, some ads, some partnerships with different people, creating some of our own content to send people to that specific landing page, which told them about the Hrefs with Master Tools account that they can register with us. But if people were consuming some other content or were landing on the homepage of Hrefs, they didn't see it, so they had to go through a $7 trial. And the fact that we discontinued the $7 trial, it wasn't really connected to Hrefs with Master Tools. I think at a certain point we had on our homepage both. We had a button for $7 trial, and then we had a link for, like, if you want to register a free account to get the data for your website only. We had a link to Hrefs Master Tools, and then eventually we discontinued the trial. We thought, okay, we already give people a very low barrier entry point. I don't even remember if the amount of trials went down. I don't think that much, because lots of people were still abusing our trial. Instead of signing up for the account, they were just signing up for new trials again and again and again. And that was, of course, part of the reason people were abusing our offering. And that was part of the reason why we discontinued the trial. Plus, we saw that Hrefs with Master Tools, this freemium access, was pretty good at attracting users and having them register accounts and having them play with our platform for a while and figure it out. So I'm sorry, but the process wasn't very scientific. It's not that we created some kind of sophisticated dashboard with a lot of numbers, A/B tests and stuff. It was more like following your intuition, and it was mostly even Dmitri's decision. He, as a business owner, he has the best understanding of his business and how things work and how he sees it going forward. So he basically made this decision based on those iterations. And most, if not all, decisions are reversible. So the worst thing that could happen is we would reverse it back, but we didn't, which means that everything is going well.
Great. Let's talk a little bit more about the marketing channels. Which channel is the most effective and efficient for you? Which channel is the most expensive and which is not? You are investing a lot in content, in influencer marketing. We have Igor's speech on one of our previous conferences. Can you tell a little bit more about your marketing toolkit? What tools do you use and how you measure the efficiency?
So top two customer acquisition channels or marketing channels for us are word of mouth and SEO. So we get lots of search traffic to our website, both to our blog and to our website, because we create some free tools that rank really well in Google. And we get lots of customers via word of mouth, because, like I said, if people are happy with their software, if it solves your problem, they naturally want to tell others about it and get some kind of social credit points for giving someone valuable advice. But the thing is, content marketing is something that helps you with both. Because if you don't have great content on your website, you're not going to get SEO traffic. So you have to create content in order to get traffic from Google. It's same with the word of mouth. If you don't educate people with your content about all the functionality, about all the use cases, about all the unique selling propositions, about all the strong points of your software, they won't be as eloquent or as wordy while talking to other people. Basically, you have to give people talking points if you want them to talk about you. So creating educational content in all forms, articles, videos, courses, is an amazing marketing channel. So for us, creating content, it kind of fueled everything else. Even with paid media, even with paid traffic, when you want to pay for clicks, pay for people to visit your website, we historically only promoted our content. So instead of sending people to our homepage and bidding for the keywords like SEO tool, SEO software, or things like that, we didn't really do this. So if you look up our advertising history in Ahrefs or some other relevant tools, you won't find much of that. So mostly we were promoting our content, because essentially every article that we have on our blog or every video that we have on our YouTube channel is kind of custom tailored, bespoke sales page for our product that is based on the context of what a piece of content is about. So whatever problem you're looking to solve, we would create a piece of content and explain how to solve this problem and show you why using our software for solving this problem is actually good for you and beneficial for you, and you'll enjoy doing it.
Igor told about the experiment when you canceled $200,000 ad spend in the end of the previous year, invested this money in influencers and checked the result. How it's going right now? Did you come back to the ad spend? Are you investing more, or are you more focused on influencers? What is going in this field?
Yeah, so we balance it, but again, we are not super scientific about it. We usually follow the common sense and what we think is right. And we actually look at some kind of side hints that something is working. For example, when you sign up for Ahrefs, we have a field that is asking you, how did you learn about us? So we constantly monitor what people are putting in that field, and if we do some kind of partnership or release an interesting piece of content, or for example, I participate in an online conference like this one, and people would later sign up for Ahrefs, and they would say that I learned about it here. Then we would know that this thing works, and we would do more of this. As of right now, I think our budget for partnering with people and sponsoring different influencers, thought leaders, communities is actually bigger than our budget for Facebook, Google, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So yeah, we like working with individual people who have audience more than we like spending money on platforms like Google and Facebook.
What about analytics? How it looks like? Do you have like end-to-end analytics with the full funnel? You see how the investment in exact influencer channel works or not?
No, I have no idea how.
It's about intuition. Yeah.
It's about
we have
intuition.
A question from Hans Knapp. Hi team, can you tell us more about your search engine? How it goes so far? What are the plans? I understand that it's another project from Ahrefs, but maybe you can have some details for our audience.
Yeah, that's a different project, even though our search engine and Ahrefs are super connected, because for both, we need to crawl the entire web. We need to save all the information about the web. And to build our own search engine, we need to understand how to better rank pages, how to find better content, which we then try to implement in our tool to refine our metrics, to enlarge our database and such. So yeah, search engine, it's called yep.com, yep.com. It's working. People are signing up because I believe in Europe they passed some kind of government bill that whenever a person buys a new Android phone and starts setting it up, there's a choice of search engines that they can pick from. So it's not Google by default. which is on Apple phones. But on Android phones, I think in Europe, they have this thing. So some people are actually choosing Yep, and we get customers from this. So we're hoping that those kinds of government anti-monopoly regulations will help us in future to push our search engine to more and more people, because Google is too dominant with their presence on iPhone, for example.
Great. We have one more question about analytics and metrics. We have talked with you about building the analytics funnel. There is the questions about metrics. What key metrics do you think a SaaS marketer needs? As Chief Marketing Officer of Ahrefs, what metrics do you have on your daily, weekly, annually dashboards?
So we are a very unique company. And I think that's what is interesting about us. I cannot give you a typical question of how most marketing departments would do it, because I know that a lot of marketing departments would be focused on conversions or would be focused to bringing leads, which then the sales team can work on. And it would be kind of a collaboration between marketing team and sales team to figure out what responsibility is, what kind of, how to distribute responsibilities between the teams and who is responsible for bringing more marketing qualified leads and scoring those leads and all and stuff like this. For us and for me personally, I generally just look at how many new paid subscribers we're getting per month and how much our annual recurring revenue is growing per month. So I also try to look at business kind of holistically, not just in the
it's
terms of
a great kind of view.
Not just how much traffic we're getting to our website or how many leads or registrations we're getting. Those things don't matter, because what matters is if people are becoming your customers and if they're staying enough long enough for your average recurring revenue to grow. We don't even really watch our churn rate. All we need to know is that our annual recurring revenue is growing, which means that more and more people like us and more people stick to us. And when we see that the growth is starting to slow down, we're thinking what kind of changes we can make, what we can optimize, or where we can put more effort. And that's about it. But our marketing generally operates just on common sense. Like, what's the next best thing we can do? Or we did this, did we get an impression that this was effective? For example, did anyone tweet this? Did anyone link to this? Did anyone even notice that we did this thing? No one noticed, then we're not going to do anything like that. For example, just now, just before this call, we tried doing our very first onboarding webinar, kind of welcome to Ahrefs webinar. I presented it personally, and we did a very small test run for 100 people. But we see the metrics, we see that 50% of people who registered showed up, which is already a pretty good metric. And then we saw what was the average time that people stayed with me on the webinar. And out of 66 minutes that the webinar lasted, people stayed for 54 minutes. So this tells me that there's high engagement and people want to be on a live webinar and hear me talk about Ahrefs and have me answer their questions. So the next step is we're going to scale it. We're going to invite a lot more people and we're going to see if the numbers would change with the scale. This is how we operate. We do things and we try to see if those things make sense based on the metrics that we have within every platform. So same with Twitter. Whenever we're tweeting stuff, we don't look at how many customers are we getting from Twitter. No, we look at things, what is our reach on Twitter? Are we able to grow our reach on Twitter from month to month? Or are we getting more followers on Twitter? Why are people not following us? Maybe our content is boring. So what we can change to make sure that our follower count is growing? So our marketing metrics are very specific to each individual kind of marketing activity that we do.
It seems like a plan. The common sense really works. You told the two main metrics, it's your number of paid customers and your revenue growth. So how fast you're growing year by year? Can you share the dynamics?
That I cannot share.
Oh, it was a great question and not very great answer. Okay, Tim, we have another question. What tools do you usually use in your marketing work? Do you use just internal tools? Do you use free tools, external tools? Can you share a little bit more about your toolkit?
Our toolkit is very simple. Obviously, we use our own tool, Ahrefs. Obviously, we use Google Search Console because we care about our search traffic. And as a lot of people know, if not everyone, Ahrefs doesn't give you precise numbers. So if you want precise numbers, you go to your Google Search Console. This is why we actually integrate numbers from Google Search Console into Ahrefs dashboard. In terms of analytics, we kind of have a self-hosted analytics system called Matomo, but I don't think I opened it this year at all. So it's not something useful for me. For tracking business metrics, SaaS metrics, we use ChartMogul. This is where we look up the number of subscribers, the annual recurring revenue, and stuff like this. For project management, we use Basecamp. For kind of internal documentation, we use Notion. Blog is running on WordPress. Email newsletters are done with MailChimp. And right now, for example, we're picking some webinar software that would let us do the kinds of webinars that we want for our customers. We haven't picked a platform yet. So our marketing stack
you can use a
pretty
Restream
simple.
which we are using right now. It's also Ukrainian solution, so support Ukrainian. It's not a bad idea.
Oh, cool. We'll consider that
the
for
next
sure.
The next question, it will be exactly about the support in Ukraine. You have team which is like have a big percentage of Ukrainian. You are based in Singapore. How did you manage to collect $1.5 million for Ukraine for support in Ukraine? How do it's possible to support Ukraine from Singapore? And the question about the war, you turned off Belarus and Russia from your clients. How did it affect your business?
I don't think it affects our business at all. And just recently, we realized that we kept translating articles on our blog into Russian, so we stopped doing that. Maybe we'll even delete our Russian blog for that matter. We'll see. But yeah, as for collecting donations, we actually had an offer, and maybe that offer is still running. I don't know. People have to ask our support team about that. But basically, if you make a donation to one of the approved charities, we have a list of the charities that we suggest people to donate to, we would extend your Ahrefs subscription for twice the amount. So basically,
cool.
For every dollar that you donate to Ukraine, Ahrefs is losing $2 because we extend your subscription for twice the amount. And this was done basically to motivate people to donate. And when I asked Dmitry, why didn't we just donate twice more money ourselves instead of having customers do it, but paying for it twice? He said that because we're a Singaporean company, it can cause problems for us, for a Singaporean company to support Ukraine, because Singapore tries to stay neutral. So we don't want to get into politics, and we decided, or like Dmitry decided, that we would donate with the hands of our customers, which is kind of legit. People donate, it is their conscious decision to donate, and we extend their subscription for twice the length.
It seems like really a great solution. I want to say thank you from the whole Ukrainians for such kind of support.
Thank you to Dmitry. It was his idea.
Yeah, it's really grateful for such initiative. Maybe the last question: what do you think about SaaS marketing in 2023? What will be the trends, and how we need to manage them? What things will be challenging for Ahrefs, and how you are preparing for it?
So I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask the question about SaaS marketing, because for the past couple years that we had COVID, I was in Singaporean COVID bubble. I didn't really go anywhere. I didn't really speak to a lot of people, didn't engage with other SaaS marketers. But this October, I finally flew to a bunch of conferences. One of them was SaaS Talk in Dublin, and I finally got a chance to talk to some fellow SaaS marketers. And what I'm seeing as a trend is that lots of people are actually realizing the power of content marketing and the power of building a media company or a media brand within your company, because it gets harder and harder to get attention of people. And lots of companies are going an extra mile to invest in content, to the point that they are releasing quality, for example, of videos, which is almost a Netflix documentary. So yeah, I think for the organizations that are at later stages of their journey, where they do have some funds, they would be investing more and more effort into creating better and better content and becoming a media company, and maybe even buying some media companies, buying some podcasts, buying some newsletters, which we've seen from HubSpot, and I believe a bunch of other SaaS companies. As for smaller SaaS startups, I think the tactics would largely remain the same. I don't see any big up-and-coming trends, apart from AI-generated stuff. So we'll see where this takes us. If every SaaS company starts to auto-generate all the content on their website, I would be super interested to see where this gets us.
It's a really interesting trend about that some big SaaS companies will acquire some media. For example, in our case, a lot of SaaS companies knocking in our door about Udemy collaboration. Udemy, we know that a lot of them use YouTube, a lot of them use podcasting. So yes, acquiring media it's maybe can be really a new trend and new big step. Tim, it was my pleasure to meet you. I think that we didn't met in person for a long time. I hope that this evening in Singapore will be great for you. All your initiatives and your knowledge shared with our audience, it's really useful, and I think they can implement in their project. I want to say you thank you. Thank you for your transparency. I was happy to have you on our online conference. Have a great day and say thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
This was all with Singapore, and now we are going to another point of the planet. We are going to the Portugal, and we have a really great new speaker. It will be Olga. Olga Mykhoparkina, she's founder of QLED. She will talk with us about driving sign-ups for your SaaS with the high-intent content strategy. Hi, Olga. How are you?
Hi, Anton. It's nice to see you again. Can you hear me well? Can you see me well?
Yeah, I hear you well. So everything is okay. You can share your presentation and you can start.
Okay, amazing. Let me just share my screen. Okay, let me know if you can see my screen now.
But no, don't see a screen.
Okay, just a moment.
Oh, yeah, everything is okay. Great.
All right. So yeah, cool. Let's just get started with the first one. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about high-intent content strategy and how it can help you generate leads for your SaaS. And my goal today is to give you as much practical information as possible. So you know exactly what to do with the blog and how to do it, as well as also what not to do. And just a couple of words about me. My name is Olga Mykhoparkina. So Anton, thank you for introduction. So you can see my entire timeline here. So I entered the digital marketing space in 2009, got into SaaS industry in 2015, and founded a company in 2020. So that was right when the COVID started. Today, hold on, okay. Today, I'm the founder at QLED. It's a content marketing agency. And to describe what we do in just a few words, we grow SaaS blogs with SEO content. Basically, we own the blog content production process for our SaaS clients, from the strategy to content writing to search engine optimization. And the ultimate goal here is to get our clients organic traffic and, more importantly, get them signups. And as you can see on the slide, we have worked with some great SaaS companies like Monday.com and PandaDoc, GetVoip, Expandy, and many, many more. And for example, Expandy has grown with us from 0 to 7 million ARR in just 2 years. You can see also that we've contributed to some of the great blogs like Entrepreneur and HubSpot and Zapier. I've also spoken at a number of SaaS events. But that's pretty much it about me. Enough. Let's get started with some actual learning. So I want to guide you through the user journey process from the idea to sign up. Imagine I'm looking to send message sequences on LinkedIn, for example. So I'm looking for a LinkedIn automation tool, right? So what do? I'm going to Google. I'm going to type my query, my keyword, right, in the Google search bar. And then I'll look through the results, and just like most users do, I choose them on one of the top 3 links on Google, right? That's what probably you would have done too. So now I have this little video. I hope it plays okay here. Right, so when I click through one of those links, I can see a blog article, and it's about LinkedIn automation tools, where the first result is Expandy. I learned more about Expandy. It says further on that it's like the safest LinkedIn automation tool out there, which is, great. Sounds great to me. It also tells me about tool standout features, safety, and pricing. And like overall, it looks good to me. So I can sign up on the spot, or like could book a free demo while reading a blog post. So that's where pretty much my journey to sign up ends. And now I'll tell you about how to make a similar scenario of getting signups happen for your SaaS. Oh. Here you go. So this is where keyword research comes into play. You have to know which keywords people are searching for. So then you can cater to that demand, with your blog articles. Now, not all keywords are made equal, and tools like Ahrefs, right, the previous speaker, will tell you that there are metrics such as keyword search volume and keyword difficulty that you have to keep in mind. And I also like to bring the third parameter into the equation, and that's the intent. So for me, the perfect keyword would be the one that is searched by as many people as possible. It has the lowest competition possible in a search, and it's got the highest purchase intent as well. So let's focus on intent for a moment. So let's say you launch this team chat, right? It's like very similar to Slack, and you're looking for relevant keywords. And it seems like all the following keywords are very relevant to the topic, but if you look closer, they'll have different level of purchase intent. And I think you agree with me if I say that team communication MEMS has very low purchase intent, so people are not really looking to buy anything at that point. How to improve team communication at the workplace is kind of in the middle. So people are not exactly ready to buy or like even sign up for your team chat tool. And there is team communication tool where purchase intent is very high. So people are actually looking for a tool like yours. So see, again, not all keywords are made equal, and some may bring you instant signups, while others just won't. And to give you some examples of the types of high intent articles that would drive conversions on your blog, I listed the following. And these are listicles. I really like listicles, and I also like alternative articles, right? So those are like my favorite, my top picks. As for high intent content, I would say they have the highest conversion rates, right? And that's what we usually focus on when we start off with content marketing for our clients. Then another high intent type of keyword is versus. So we compare one tool versus another. The conversion rates are going to be lower for those articles. And there is another one, which is how to. That is so-called product-led content, and it's where your product is like an obvious answer to the problem that the reader is having, that they're looking for, right? But we're not going to be focusing much on this last one because it's like a separate topic for like another discussion. But we're gonna focus on the first three, so listicles, alternatives, and versus. But before we do that, you might have noticed that search results for high intent keywords are occupied by the names like G2 and Capterra and Alternative 2. There's also, Product Hunt and Bboom and all of those websites. And you might be even paying them money to get featured on their pages. So when you start working on your high intent content strategy, you'll find yourself competing with them. However, we've outranked those brands so many times that I can tell you for sure it's totally possible to be way above them in a search results. Okay, so now how do you do that? And that's a nice one. You do that with topical authority. And you have to establish topical authority in your niche. So for example, let's say, again, your LinkedIn tool, you have to become basically the CNN on all things LinkedIn. And now to our nice pictures. Imagine you are an expert on tomatoes, like all kinds of tomatoes, plum tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, green tomatoes, etc. And there are also people who are vegetable experts who happen to know about tomatoes as well, but they are vegetable experts. They don't know that much about tomatoes as you do. Now, if you were to choose who to trust with your tomato question, a veggie expert or tomato expert, so I think you'd go with the tomato one. And see, Google thinks the same way. If you show your expertise in one particular area and Google recognizes it, your results will outperform those whose expertise is broader than yours. Now, let's see how to structure your content to build this authority. I suggest starting off with listing 10 competitors, first of all. So you can start with 10 biggest competitors in your niche. Of course, you can do more than 10 when you run out of blog topic ideas. So 10 competitors in the niche will give you 56 blog article topics to begin with. That is going to be 10 alternatives, 45 versus articles, and 1 listicle, right? Now, let's get to actual listicles and see what are the best practices of writing those articles. We like to have, usually, when we write a listicle for our clients, we like to have an extensive introduction to the listicle article, adding some statistics and information and how we've picked the software tools for the article. We always recommend to put your tool number 1 on the list. And sometimes founders are shy, especially when they're in the beginning of their journey and the tool isn't exactly ready, right? So it's not even launched yet. And my advice here is to stay honest. So we used to have listicle articles where we didn't even launch the tool, right? So what we've done is that we mentioned that we're building this great software product that's going to have these amazing features and it's going to solve these problems. And here's the button to sign up for beta, and we'll email you when it's ready. So the conversion rate for this article has been about 10%. And for your interest, it went down 5% when the tool was actually released. So people are actually more ready to sign up for beta than they are to sign up for an actual launch tool. So that was an interesting insight. Another rule of thumb is never put your competitors under a bad light, right? So don't say that, okay, that feature is bad, this is poorly, something's poorly functioning, and you don't like something, stick to the facts, not emotions. They may have a different set of features, which could be a great fit for a certain audience. And you can mention that. By doing so, you'll help your readers to choose the right product. And not all readers who come to this post will be your buyer persona. So by specifying, which audience benefits the most from your tool, you will help qualify the leads right away in the article. and basically save everybody's time. Now let's take another look at Expandy article. So right now this article ranks number 2 for LinkedIn automation tools. You can see how it starts with an extensive intro and then followed by the list of LinkedIn automation tool, where Expandy is actually number 1 on the list. So you've noticed that competitors are linked to internal articles on Expandy blog. You can read about who the tool is for, Expandy standout features, pricing, and of course our favorite call to action buttons. So basically you can sign up on the spot, join a demo. Yep. Okay, now to the alternative posts. So to build a relationship with a reader, it's important to understand their concerns and understand why are they even looking for an alternative, and then relate to their pain. If you're speaking about, let's say, intercom alternatives, you might mention that as a business, as the business grows, actually, intercom gets unreasonably expensive, right? So you might want to consider alternatives early on. And the best practices for alternative posts are very similar to the listicles. I always say update your key articles regularly, and it's true. Like, you have to cherish your lead generators to keep them ranking well. It means that you should add up-to-date content. You shouldn't keep the 2021 somewhere in the title. Maybe adding a review of another alternative tool. Check if the pricing and features are up to date for the tools that you're mentioning in a post. I usually recommend doing that at least once every 6 months. But what's interesting, one of Expandy competitors is actually updating their article every single week. As every time I check it online, the date is very, very recent. Like, I've checked it today and it says it was updated 3 days ago. So now, while this is more about like tricking the system, it's really hard to add quality update to an article every week. So most likely they're just, clicking the update button and that's it. Nevertheless, you should pay close attention to content updates, as it will help you rank your articles much higher. Now, here's another example. That's an example of our client's article covering Hotjar alternatives. And now it's ranking number 2 for this keyword. And it starts with this comprehensive introduction again. It speaks about Hotjar as a tool, with its pros and cons. And then the first half of the article is all about Full Session, with its features and its screenshots and pricing, etc. And then if you go down, and this video is a little too long, like, you will see that the description of all other tools is kind of short. So for example, if we go down to full story, you will see that we don't really pay that much attention to full story as we do to Full Session, for example. Right, and then at the end, we will also have the comparison table, which is also useful. And of course, plenty of call to actions to sign up, because that's why we write those articles at the end of the day, right? Like, we want our readers to become our customers. Okay, and founders often misinterpret the versus pages. They often think that they should be comparison pages of their product and their competitor's product, which could work, if people are actually looking to compare your tool with the others. However, if you're just in the beginning of the journey, nobody's even looking for those keywords. So that's something to keep in mind. But they are looking to compare your competitors between each other. That is where you can pop in with your tool and speak about how your tool does a better job. So I also recommend adding a comparison table, which Google sometimes can use in the featured snippet. And yeah, another important thing to keep in mind is linking to your alternative posts from those versus posts, as alternative posts will have higher conversion rates. And here's another example of the versus article this time. And this is the article I wrote back in the days, and it still ranks #1 for Slack versus Flock keyword. So we mentioned our tool Chanty in the very beginning of the comparison. We added the call to action. We have this exact keyword in almost every heading throughout the article. We added comparison tables, and then screenshots, and of course, call to action buttons. So you can feel free to check it out. Just Google Slack versus Flock, or type in the exact URL. Okay. So the high intent strategy keeps delivering great results for our clients. When there's a pool of well-known competitors in your niche, it works the best. For full session, we've received some really good results with a limited bootstrap budget. We've tried this strategy with a number of clients, and it works every single time. And if you haven't tried it yet, I strongly recommend that you do. Okay, so to summarize, I suggest that you start with listing your top competitors, generating 50 plus topics according to the framework I've mentioned before, and focus on writing quality content and presenting your tool well. Add sign up call to action buttons. If you've done all of that and it still doesn't work, just shoot me a message on LinkedIn and we'll figure it out together. And thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions as we have some time left.
Olga, thank you for a great speech. The first question is about SEO trends for 2023. We are preparing for the new year, and we were asking the questions about trends for all speakers. What do you think about the main SEO trends for SaaS business in 2023?
Yeah, this is interesting. I've published an article on Search Engine Watch recently about 10 things that are not working in content marketing anymore, right? And you can feel free to check this out, or just, for me to kind of like outline the top trends from the article. The one that I really like is that the super long form articles are probably not going to be that popular. And everybody keeps writing those super long posts, and it's just not working as it used to anymore, I would say. So now people try to write like very to the point articles, I would say, to really answer the intent, to really answer the search query of the people who are typing it, rather than just spraying water in those articles and not getting to the point right away. So that's just one of the trends. And really, like what we found, for example, for ourselves, like in regards of like link building, for example. So we had to eliminate the guest blogging services and the hero services recently from the agency completely, just because the ROI is just not there. Like especially with hero, unfortunately, we've been working with it for 2 or even 3 years, and it was bringing amazing results. Now there's just so much spam and so many low quality platforms that it's impossible to continue with that, unfortunately, like to migrate.
Everyone wants to sell you some blog posts, yes?
Everybody wants to kind of like get a backlink to their SaaS. Everybody wants to get backlink to their website. So you're just you're pitching your expert inside, and they're like, yeah, okay, if we are to mention you, will you link back to us? And like, if you will not, we will not mention you. And you've spent already so much time writing that pitch, right? So it stopped making sense at some point.
We've already mentioned during the interview with Tim from Ahrefs about the toolkit. What is SEO SaaS toolkit? What tools do you need to have in your small box, which you use on a daily basis?
Yeah, that's a good question. So of course, Ahrefs is one of them. So I can't imagine working and like doing what we're doing without Ahrefs, definitely. So one of the other tools that we are actively using is a Surfer SEO. There are different alternatives to it as well. Like we have.
We will have a Surfer SEO speaker today in agenda as well.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. So yeah, Surfer SEO again, amazing tool, and we use it daily, I would say. So every single article that we write through Surfer SEO. Another tools would be like when we're speaking about content, I would say Grammarly. Grammarly is very important for us, especially for our like content writing teams. We also use Copyscape to kind of like check the writing. We also use WriteSonic for not for like AI content, so to say. So like we're not writing content with WriteSonic. But what we do instead is like we rewrite some of the paragraphs or rephrase some of the paragraphs when they're not exactly sound good, like when they don't flow well. Like, okay, let's give it a try at WriteSonic. And every single time WriteSonic delivers like really good paragraph that sounds better, more native, and like generally flowing well.
Great, thank you. We were discussing with Tim about the main trends in digital marketing for SaaS. The interesting trends which Tim mentioned was about that some great big SaaS will acquire some medias. For example, it can be YouTube channels, maybe blogs, and so on. Do you have such case studies in your clients' businesses, maybe which you can share with us?
So like case studies where some SaaS got acquired by another like bigger SaaS, you mean?
No. When SaaS acquire some media, for example, Tim told that it was HubSpot case SaaS. Yeah, we have another case when SEMrush acquired Backlinko and so on. So maybe you have any other case studies. I want to check, is it really a trend or it was just idea, hypothesis?
Yeah, you know what, like I've heard about this trend actually, but I can't say that like any of our clients have faced it. So like none of our clients have actually bought a certain media. Like what I know is that yes, they are trying to become media themselves. They're trying to become the CNN in their niche, and it's a tough fight, I would say. So the competition is getting fiercer, right? So it's more difficult these days. The keyword difficulty is just growing. It's not going down for any of the keywords. So yeah, it's just maybe a matter of finding this blue ocean in the new topics, like and maybe even like new industries, right? So let's see what the world crisis brings us, and like what other new industries it will unveil.
Yeah, everyone is waiting for a session and wants to see how it will look like. Maybe the last question, one of our first speakers told that they are mostly investing in video content. Our next speaker, which will be after you, will be also talking about influencers, video content, and so on. And there was like the message that the text blocks will die. What do you think about this? Will they die, and will they be changed by video content, or not exactly?
Well, I believe that none of the marketing channels are dead. You're just not doing it right. Okay, so nothing is, everything is staying. SaaS is staying, content marketing agencies are staying, content is staying, text content is staying. Video content, yeah, I think like I can see how people are going to double down on it just because there is just less competition in it for now. And then it's going to become as overcrowded as text content right now. That's the way I see it for 2023.
Olga, thank you for a brilliant speech, for transparent answering the questions. I was happy to have you on our online conference. Have a great day and see you on our other events.
You too. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
It's a time to move from Portugal to the nearby Spain. And I want to introduce you to our next great speaker. It's Anton Shulke, Head of Influencer Marketing and Duda. And surprise, surprise, Anton will be talking again about influencer marketing. The topic looks like doing influencer marketing SEO way, Duda story. So Anton, hi, how are you?
Hi, Anton. It's a funny Anton. We need to put someone.
Yeah, we have both Antons and
yeah, someone in between and get lucky. Yeah, I'm very well. I'm in Spain. Yeah, next door to you, to Portugal, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm very patriotic today. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Anton, for this. I think that your influencer marketing approach can be really interesting for our audience. Can you share the insights and share your presentation?
Yeah, okay. Let's do it right now. Let's see how it works. Okay, let's see. This and can you see my screen?
Yeah, everything works good.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, thanks again for having me, and let's talk about influencer marketing. I also try to put timer, so but Anton, if I'm going out of time, just tell me off. Would be easier. Yeah, no. Okay, so influencer marketing, you can see Barish was wearing Duda.co, which is very nice. Who am? My name is Anton Shulke, and I'm ex web promo, and I understand today's conference is kind of here of web promo. I'm also ex of SEMrush, 5 years in, and I'm with Duda.co. Duda is CMS and the site builder. CMS is site builder like WordPress or Wix. When I joined Duda last summer, I didn't know it's a different thing, CMS and site builder, but they are different things. We can talk about that. Probably not today. This year was very, very difficult for every Ukrainian, obviously. So, and I cannot avoid not saying it. So you can see my picture of doing band aids in Kiev. Didn't really need it, but who knows? It was very, very beginning of the war. And this picture made picture of the day with Barry Schwartz cereal table. I also do some very small charity, personal charity, helping cats and dogs shelter in Ukraine. So if you donate, it would be fantastic. So those are some influencer I deal with, I work with, I still working with. This panel I actually done when Bill Slavsky was still alive and was a great loss for the community. And for me in particular, Bill was one of the first influencers I worked with and I have a relationship. I don't want to use cliche, he was my mentor or anything like that, but he was a great figure, and unfortunately we lost him this year. Okay, those are a few images I'm responsible for. You can see Team Soulo, who was just two speakers before me. You can see some Googles and everything, and obviously this right up corner, it's about crawling, Google crawling, and I got a huge stick for these images. And after that, I went to everyone who said, "Oh, it's horrible images," to direct messages and say, "Is it really that?" I say, "No, this image is fine." So I do like to provoke people sometime, but obviously working for smaller companies is easy to do. Working for bigger, for example, public trade companies is much more difficult. So maybe you shouldn't do it if you're for big brand. Okay, enough about myself. Let's talk about influencer marketing and how I see it, how we do it, and what to do, and maybe a couple of advice for newcomer for this particular channel. Okay, influencer marketing is a form of social media marketing involving endorsements and product placement from influencers, people and organizations who have purported expert level of knowledge or social influence in their field, according to Wikipedia. Here is, well, it's very clear. We all kind of understand what influencer marketing is, but we all understand it slightly different. Here in Wikipedia, actually the push on social media and product placement, which is the main trend right now. And I call this trend PPC way. This is typical Instagram influencer. Not necessarily Instagram, any social media, but Instagram in particular. So influencer, product placement, I don't know, according to this picture, it's probably glasses, I would think, or some fashion thing, or even phone. And how it works, why I call it PPC way. How it works, you find the influencer who got a reasonable reach, who is affordable for you, for your brand, and who might be good for selling your stuff. You contact influencer, you make a deal with them, with her in this case, and the influencer usually produce short video or some still pictures and try to place your product, try to sell your product. I use inverted commas, but it's really sell of your product. You pay influencers this amount of money you promise to pay, and how it works. And this is called campaign. And why I call it PPC way? Well, obviously, because you pay, you get some traffic, sales, and everything. You stop paying, it stops immediately, or almost immediately. But it's very PPC way. And being from background of SEMrush, obviously I'm involved in SEO PPC communities, and it's always a question, it's always kind of argument, because should we go do PPC, should we do SEO? The answer is no, we should do both. Always, this is nothing about PPC itself. It's PPC way of doing influencer marketing, and this is major trend right now. It's interesting that this year I've been bombarded by many new software platform of influencer marketing, and they actually the platform look at the influencer exactly PPC way. So you can find, you can search, if they have database, you can search, you can find influencer with kind of formal filters. You can contact, you can make a deal, you can track everything. So this is a fantastic way of doing everything. We don't do it. Yeah. When I said we don't do it, it doesn't say we shouldn't do it, or you shouldn't do it. If it works for you, do it. It's much more difficult, obviously, for Duda, which is CMS. CMS is a database what your website is built on, or website builder like Wix or WordPress. Doing this kind of product placement is possible, but we don't do it. We do it different way, and it's what I'll be talking about. So we try to do it SEO way, building up relationship with an influencer. Why I call it SEO way is nothing about SEO, of course. It's not search engine optimization, but it takes much longer time to build up, because you're building up relationship with influencer, and usually it's nothing really happen immediately. Not like when the paid influencer put a video on Instagram or somewhere. It takes much longer time, but it's much longer lasting. So, for example, you've done something, I don't know, with a lady, for example, who is among other, and you've done another thing, and you've done another thing. After that, you kind of, suppose you haven't done anything with her for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. It usually still helps, because if it's I'm using inverted commas because we don't buy influence, we kind of build up a relationship. But if you build up a relationship with influence usually mention your product or yourself and all this kind of thing, and it still helps. So it's much longer lasting than PPC way. It's why I call it SEO, but this is just analogy. It's nothing SEO in it. Okay, talking about building up relationship with influencer. How do you do it? Okay, I'll start with having a coffee, because this is absolutely the best way. Yeah, when you have a coffee or beer or whatever it is, I mean, personal relationship, if you can build it offline, would be absolutely fantastic. It's much more effective and everything, but it's much more costly. You need a lot of resources to go around the world to have a coffee with every influencer. It's of course it's impossible. So for us, webinars were absolutely the main champion of building relationship with influencer. And I'll talk about this as well. But podcast would be absolutely fantastic as well. We done it at SEMrush. Why podcast? There is some advantages of using podcast compared to webinars. The main advantage is for expert to go and do podcast with you is very easy. Expert doesn't need to prepare presentation, which I spent some time on this presentation, for example. But podcast, no presentation needed, but usually if topic is right and you have an influencer, you have an expert can talk for Olympics on his or her own topic. So it's much easier to entrance for influencer. So if you do think about podcast, and if you do think about podcast as an influencer marketing tool, not as a brand awareness or lead generation, it's a fantastic tool. Use it. Okay, events. I'm going to say something which I might be crucified for. I'm going to events not to listen to speakers. Sorry, all speakers, probably they're all great and everything. I go to there to have a coffee with influencer, to have network. It's called networking, but usually you just socialize with influencer. You talk about many things, and you build up, or you make your relationship with influencers strong. Okay, webinars as an influencer marketing tool. It's not. I don't think it's very typical. Most of the people I know, they do webinars for different purposes. So, for example, Team Soulo just 1 hour ago mentioned they started doing webinars for onboarding on HF. This is a completely different thing. So, and I'm not saying we're doing it right, they're doing it wrong. No, every webinar, when you're doing webinars, you think about why you're doing these webinars. So we are doing webinars mostly. We do have obviously on the back of our mind some more things, but mostly we're doing our webinars to build up relationship with influencer, to start up sometimes relationship with influencer, and build and do it. So for me, the main KPI would be if after the webinar, influencer call me and say, yeah, was a great webinar. Can we do another? Can we do one more? Okay. We've done these webinars, for example, when you see people writing things to you like this. Hi, Anton, great job. Those webinars will push recognition of Duda to the sky. Before this, I didn't know even that Duda exists. Well, yes, Duda exists. Yeah, thanks. This is first we bring in a good influencer, good experts. You probably can try to impress experts first, because every expert is an influencer. So we get this knowledge to influencer, and they can kind of spread it as well. So when I joined SEMrush was in a very different position. In the industry, everyone basically know what SEMrush is. So we kind of needed to build up loyal audience, loyal amongst influencers as well as people. But for Duda, it's completely different story. For Duda is brand recognition. I prefer brand recognition than brand awareness, which is the same anyway. So yes, Vahan Petrosyan, who is director of IT and infrastructure search engine journal, he didn't know Duda exists, and he does know because he saw this webinar about crowding. Okay, I can see Doc Sheldon, old friend of mine, upgrade account, Duda account. Fantastic. I'm not in sales. That's not in my idea to sell Duda accounts. No. But if it comes as a sub-product, I wouldn't mind. Okay, boom. We've done a webinar on rendering with Google. Obviously, having a Google, always a good idea if you can afford it, if your Google is open to do that, all these kind of things, because what people listen what Google says. So obviously, we've done a webinar and we didn't ask for it, but bam, we have an article in Search Engine Journal based on the webinar content. It's not about Duda, but obviously Duda, because it's a Duda webinar, Duda mentioned. Well, fantastic. Why not? We didn't really expect it, but if you do things right way, you probably will get this kind of things. I remember getting an article by Barry Schwartz doing a webinar with Web Promo. It was fantastic, 30,000 views and everything. That was a long time. Okay, it's another boom. Here, what is happening? Duda, particular Duda is not the huge CMS. Duda much smaller than WordPress, Wix, or Drupal in terms of market share. But Duda is absolute champion on Core Web Vitals, according to Google Data Studio. But sometimes it's difficult to sell this information. And it's true. It's not my imagination. It's Google data. So sometimes it's difficult to bring this knowledge to people. People don't know about this. So, and when you do have influencer who can push it, so for example, in this case, Search Engine Journal, and people we know that, we just try to softly push, say, hey guys, you know, Core Web Vital is important. Hey guys, you know, Duda is absolute champion. So this kind of thing is a sub-product as well, but it's very nice sub-product, I have to say. Okay, another one, importance of a good connection. It's very similar to what I said before. This case is very, well, I would think it's interesting. We were doing some webinars with Fabrice Canel, who is a senior engineer for Bing, Microsoft Bing. And they were preparing Index Now. Index Now protocol. It was about a year ago. So when we met Fabrice, when we talk about some completely different things, Fabrice actually mentions that they were preparing this kind of Index Now protocol. Index Now protocol, in order to just get you into picture, is some protocol when you can ping Bing, well, ping Bing, and tell, okay, Bing, I have things to index. Could you index me now? Index my site now. Unfortunately, Google hasn't joined protocol yet, but we'll see how it goes. So what happened? We talked to Fabrice, and Fabrice says it was private information at that time, was that they preparing Index Now protocol, and if Duda would be interested to join it on a platform level. We said, yes, of course. So we contacted our engineers with Bing engineers, and our engineers were on NDA, all private information. So Duda actually prepared platform to Index Now before Index Now was announced. And when Index Now was announced, Duda was obviously the first CMS who joined the Index Now. Since then, every time Microsoft Bing mentioned Index Now, they mentioned Duda as well. You can see how many CMS in the market. Well, 200 probably, or maybe more, but only 3 mention WordPress, Wix, because of this huge size and importance of this, and Duda, well, not because of the size, unfortunately, not yet, but because Duda were the absolutely first one to adopted. How it happened, I'll already explain. And on the right down corner is actually frame from a promotional video, Microsoft Bing promotional video, and you can see Duda is mentioned. Okay, little bit for smaller guy. Everyone can say, okay, you work for SEMrush or Ahrefs, for example, within the team today, or you already know so many people because you done it. So it's easy for you. How the small guy who doesn't have much audience, doesn't have much money either, and everything, but does have a product, which is important. Because if you don't have a product, well, why would you do this? What are you going to sell? How would you start? This is, I call gallery. It's not complete start. It's in a position when you already have a few influencers. Okay, just for sake of putting picture, I put huge names here, and SEO industry, everyone knows them, of course. But it's not necessary. You can't probably start with a few of them. You always can find. I did it my time. So you always can find an angle to work with the influencer. It might be probably not John Mueller on the first place, but wasn't in my case John Mueller. But you can probably and also some influencers kind of more open to do things, some is less open and everything. So you can find, and when you already have 1 or 2 or 3, for example, you can come to the next one and say, hey, we already have those guys. We done work with them. Would you like to be in this gallery? And usually it works. So, for example, I'm pretty sure Anton, when he already secured a team for this conference, should go to other people, say, hey, we have Hrefs here already, so would you like to join us? He didn't do this trick on me because we know each other for a long time, and I was very happy to be here. Okay, so it's gallery for small guy, and another one I call it Encore for small guy as well, and as well, not necessarily should be John Mueller. So actually about teammate would more to Encore. So you plan an event, and you start with the biggest attraction. You secured, you agree with him. How you did it, I don't know, but you already agree. And after that, you go to other people and say, okay, I have John Mueller here, and yeah, why not? Yeah, who wouldn't refuse? Okay, and this. And eventually you get it. This is, by the way, the most popular webinar we've done for Duda, like 10,000 views, all this kind of things. So this always works. Not necessarily it has to be absolutely top number 1 influencer. But just you got an influencer which you can secure, and you can bring new influence, new for you, maybe slightly smaller, which is. It's a question what's smaller, what is bigger, but you can use it as a magnet. Always work for me. But always, here's important thing: you have to know kind of intimate details in the industry, because some people, they don't like some other people. So don't bring people who hate each other. Don't try this method. So you just make sure you know relationship, and after that it works. Okay, can soul be stolen? No, it's a joke. But sometimes you do things which is completely, utterly, well, seems to be from marketing point of view, because usually all these marketing people say, okay, how many leads did you get? How many sales? How many trials? All these kind of things. But sometimes you think, none. You don't do it. You didn't get any trials from this, and you did it for completely, utterly different purposes. We've done this series 60 Minutes with, and it's not all of them, but some of them, some of big influencers in SEO. And we've done it, and it was not about SEO, no practical tips, nothing like that. It was about their life and their life story and their journey, life journey. And I think they all were very, very pleased. My bosses were not exactly pleased, because they see those webinars had much less audience. I expected less audience, but instead of usual hundreds, we had tens of people, like 20, 30, 40 people. But never mind, it works. If you can soul be stolen, maybe try. Okay, you go extra mile as well. If your influencer or influencer you want to work with published a book, buy this book. Try to push it. Try to push it. Influencer will see it and will love it. Well, in this case, it's Eli Schwartz. He actually he gave me as a gift his book. I didn't buy it, but never mind. Okay, you go to some events or conferences, and you know your influencers or influencers you want to contact will be there. I get some funny stuff as a small gifts. Here it's a replica, as $2 for replicas of Chinese stuff, but it's funny. So when I gave it to Lady Solis, the motto was star for a star, something like that. People like it. Do it more often. If you do it, it will build up your relationship, strengthen your relationship with influence. Okay, having a Guinness is probably not an extra mile, but I like the picture. Okay, don't be afraid of a new face. I mean, completely rookies, so nobody knows them. Only a few people know about them, and you think, okay, I'm not putting him on my event or whatever I do is a webinar, article you do, podcast or anything, or my conference. I'm not putting those people because nobody knows about them, right? Wrong. Do it more often, because you never know. Today someone is very niche expert, and tomorrow he might be very well recognized expert. Here we had with Jason Barnard, who at that time I think it was 2017. At that time was should I say very niche, French SEO. He's English, of course, but he used to live in France at that time, and we've done 15 webinars with him, and now he is, according to Google, and obviously he's a recognizable name, and according to Google, he's a brand SEO guy. So always it might not happen. So you done some work with a new guy or new girl, and this person didn't make up to be commonly recognized influencer. It might not happen, but if it happens, it's fantastic. I'm not saying we push Jason to this. No, Jason pushed himself. We help a little bit, and we're still friends, and we still can do a lot of things. And Jason will go extra mile for us. Similar thing happened to with Ross Starendale when we met. It was his first webinar. Look at that, Killing the Giants, SEMrush, about how to beat big brand in search. Look at the Brighton SEO. Brighton SEO, probably one of the most important SEO conference, at least in Europe. And Ross Starendale doing his presentation on Brighton SEO, Killing the Giants, the same topic. So don't be afraid of new faces. Get new faces. Who knows who will be a really great influencer in a couple of years. Okay, a little bit of vanity metrics. So very often people say, yeah, it doesn't matter how many views, doesn't matter this, it's all vanity metrics. It's not important. It might be not important, but influencers are people, and you work with influencers, and those people needs to see some kind of value. And sometimes vanity metric brings, they do understand this vanity metrics, but people like to see thousands of views. People like to see a lot of engagements. People like to feel special. Because if you've done something with someone and it's 33 views after 2 months, it's not great. So think about it. Make sure you push it as much as you can, and it eventually it will please your influencer. If you will please your influencer will be much more open to do things with you. Okay, guys, I don't know how about time. What's my timing? But if you do have questions, ask questions. Otherwise, if there is no questions, thank you very much.
Anton, thank you for great speech. The question that you've already mentioned, but let's have a deep dive in it. It's about the analytics. How do you measure the efficiency of your collaboration with influencer marketing? Do you have any kind of funnel for Duda? Can you tell a little bit more about this?
Yeah, unfortunately, my answer would be disappointing.
The same.
Yeah, attribute. As I said, this what I mentioned, PPC method, when you buy influencer do things, and there is a link. Oh, in Instagram there is no, but there are ways of doing things. A link. If there is a link to click and someone click and buy everything, that's very clear attribution. So, well, as I said, we don't do that. If you manage to have particular influencer as an affiliate, it's easy to track and to measure, but most of big influencers will never be affiliates because they don't want to be affiliate with one particular, for example, tool or CMS or something. They want to be neutral in order to their opinion to be have more weight. So big influencers would not do affiliates, so you can't really track them. And I will just repeat what Tim said. It's intuition, and sometimes it's very difficult in terms of a structure of organization, because basically you come and say, "Yeah, I've done it. Trust me. Trust me is good." And your boss might not trust you and say, no, show me something. And it's very difficult. Of course, it could be counting, mention, and everything. This is all very mechanical because there are mentions and there are mentions. So, and also measure influencer is very difficult task as well. There are some methods, so Aaron Fishkin done something about that, but usually it's very difficult. So it's not like Google Analytics where you can measure clicks and everything and say, okay, this works, this doesn't work. So you basically look at it and think, it probably works. Huh?
Okay. If you talk about influencers, everyone understands the advantages of working with influencers. What are the main disadvantages? What critical issues did you have during 7 years you are working with influencers?
Okay, influencer is one of the channel. You can't be on every single channel. It's impossible. And probably you shouldn't. Or if you're huge brand and you have departments and you can be on every single channel, I think influencer is channel you should be. But some people say, okay, we don't have resources. We just go. But common knowledge, common wisdom, I should say, you have to be on several channels. You can't just use one channel. Particular disadvantages. For example, if you start doing it slightly different and you just, to speed things up, you start paying influencers. You open a Pandora box and you can't close it because it's a very small world. Everyone knows everything. And if you already paying influencers, you try to get new ones. They say, yeah, well, where's my money? So this is it's probably quicker way of doing things, but this is a problem. When I say it doesn't mean you don't pay. You never pay. For example, we don't pay for webinars, but of course we sponsor things. Of course we do some kind of advertisement with and other things and other pairs. So nothing is free. So don't take me wrong. But the idea, of course, just different as I mentioned. But I said if you open I've seen many times some influencer come and you talk to him and say, okay, let's do webinar from the beginning and we have a great audience, blah blah blah. We kind of use webinar to pull influence, and influencers say, okay, no problem, $3,000. Said no, we don't pay for and I wouldn't do that, especially for new and a small guy. I wouldn't recommend paying.
It's clear. If you talk about your further steps, collaboration and communication with influencer after the webinar, what must be the next step to make the loyalty higher and to start collaborate with influencer after the webinar is done? What is your own personal checklist in this case?
Well, my personal, I try to establish, okay, you've done a webinar, for example, if it starts with a webinar, after that, you try to establish personal relationship and try to convert this influence into your personal friend. Friend is a big word. I don't mean friend of family, but someone you follow, someone you can congratulate birthday or weddings or I don't know, children events, something like this. So you know that. After that, always you try and in the middle. So when you try, it could be just small things of appreciation. So you see, for example, I've seen Jerry White children doing fantastic artwork and design, and it's fantastic. And their children, they're doing that, and now they even selling their product. So always I do support them, and I said, yeah, it's fantastic because it is. But always every parent absolutely thrilled to hear that. So you do this obvious things. Yeah, but the idea is you try to convert influencer into your personal friend, and after that you try to convert influencer into your brand advocate. This is very important thing. If influencer doesn't like your brand, then you're just wasting your time. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's just absolutely waste of your time. So, for example, I was at SEMrush, and sometimes you know there is kind of very big competition between particular Hrefs. Team was here and SEMrush, and some people are hard Hrefs followers. Don't really try to pull them. It's usually it's a waste of time. Doesn't work. So just don't do it. So find plenty of influencers. There's no more like influencer around. So find influencer who like your product or who might be like your product. Because for example, with SEMrush was easy. Everyone knows what SEMrush. With Duda is slightly more things. So talk to influencer after that. Try to push them to try, maybe not necessarily your influence, because if you talk to SEO, they don't do web design, but try to put an angle, say, hey, I'm interested in your opinion, how good or how bad is for SEO purposes, this kind of things. So try, and if influencer like your product, fantastic, try to convert him or her to brand advocate. If influencer hate your product, it's a waste of time.
I totally agree with you. If you talk about a question which is regularly asked by our students on Udemy, how to find the influencers. On our conference today, we have mostly marketing SaaS. SaaS are working not just in marketing field. For example, you are moving to a new projects, you're not in Duda, you're in data, in some artificial intelligence SaaS, how you will find the influencers for this niche, what will be your algorithm to find the right influencers?
Yeah, okay. My algorithm would be try to find try to find what kind of people it should be first, and I'll say, but when I made a mistake when I just moved to Duda, so what kind of people, and try to find where those people kind of where the community is. So, for example, I used to work with many SEOs. I know where SEO community is. It's still on Twitter, even now they don't like Twitter, try to move somewhere else, but still in Twitter you subscribe or you follow right people and you see what they're saying. It's probably the same idea with any kind of influencer, but you have to figure out who your influencer are. Because, for example, when I joined Duda, I thought, okay, who my influencer might be. And I thought, for example, about web designers and web developers. And it's right? No, it's wrong. The funny thing is wrong because web designers and web developers are completely, utterly wrong people to try to influence. Because, I know because sounds natural. You should go to web developers, but usually web developer, he or she knows particular platform. For example, WordPress. Okay, we know about 45% of WordPress. Team mentioned I share some WordPress and all these kind of things. So, for example, on the WordPress, this web developer or web designer, they know platforms, they know how to deal with it because they've been doing it for 10 years. And you come and they paid salary, or they paid on the hourly rate. no, if it's not freelance, if there's nobody paid per site. So for them to produce site much faster, and with Duda you can produce site like 7 times faster than with WordPress. What's the point? So for the same time, I'll produce seven times more sites, but I'll get paid the same. But I have to learn new trick and everything. So completely wrong people, very difficult to persuade anything. They without even talking to people, they usually tell you WordPress is better. That's it. Goodbye. So you have to find people who might be your influencer or who might be interested. So for example, in this case, if those web developer, web designer work in agencies who produce web design for clients, so not web developers and web design would be your audience, but agency owner or chief executive officer, or all this kind of thing, because they see value of it. So, and if you try to persuade them to use your product, and after that you might use them and your influence. So first find who they are.
It's really a great but very important insight. I want to say thank you for a great speech, for transparent answering the question. I was really happy to see you. Say hello to a warm Spain, and see you on our next events. Thank you, and bye-bye.
We will be in Lisbon in a few weeks' time, by the way. So I'll call you. Okay. Cheers.
Yeah, it's a great idea to meet on a network.
To have a coffee is always a good idea. Use it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone, and yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Guys, we've had Anton Shulke from Duda. Anton shared a really great experience about working with influencers. We have just a few minutes for a short coffee break to take a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, but I want to say thank you before this to our main portal, editorial.link, links from websites of real businesses, corporate blogs, of world-famous SaaS services. You can order 5 or more links and get 1 link as a gift with the promo code SaaSDay. Use this special offer, and see you on our next speech. Just in few minutes, we will be again online. Just rest a little bit, take your cup of coffee or tea, and see you in 5 minutes. Hi guys, thank you that you joined to our online conference SaaSDay. Today we have a special offer for you, 90% off on our courses on Udemy. Start learning with us, search engine optimization, Google Ads, digital marketing strategy, and other topic in digital marketing niche. Find coupon code and other information in chat. I will be happy to have you among our students on Udemy. See you online.
Do you want to rank higher on Google? Use the power of editorial links. But what are editorial links? These links are the real business's websites. They are not for sale, and you can get them only through building relationships. Let's take a look at the effectiveness of editorial links. Here is the client's website. From May to December, there were 100 links added, and the traffic increased 5-fold. Here is another client.
We grew our jar from 40 to 60, and also we gained great positions in high competitive keywords. For example, we've been able to go to top 5 for the keyword software development outsourcing, which is like the top keyword you want to rank for in our industry.
Check out the editorial.link website to order editorial links. Editorial.link. Powerful links, cosmic results.
Guys, we're ready to go. Our SaaS Marketing Day conference is still going, and we have really great speakers for it. Let me present our next great speaker. It will be Heina, who is co-founder and chief executive officer of Bannerbo. He will talk about how and when to use PR and marketing and grow your SaaS business. So, Michael, you can join us. How are you?
Hello, Anton. I'm fine, thank you.
I'm really happy to have you with us. Can you share a little bit more insights about your PR strategy with our listeners?
Yes, of course. Let's
Sure.
start.
We see your presentation. It's okay.
Yes, good. So guys, let's start, and we'll talk about how and when to use PR and marketing to grow your SaaS business. And here I am. My name is Heina. I'm co-founder and CEO of Bannerbo.com. Here you can see my contacts. So in case after the presentation you will have a question, or in case you will watch this stream like recorded, you can always reach to me, and I will help you. Just a couple of words about Bannerbo. Bannerbo is an online platform. It's kind of ad builder that allows you to create, manage, and publish animated and video ads for social media and ad platforms, and all without any coding. It looks like this one. So it's a bit similar to Canva.com. Everyone knows Canva, but we are more niche solution for more professional advertisers, marketers. We are different from Canva. For example, we have HTML5 functionality, we have advanced animation functionalities. So feel free to go and try, because especially we have free versions, so everyone could try and see how it works. Anton, can you hear me? Because I'm experiencing.
Yeah, I hear you. Everything is okay.
Some troubles with the internet connection.
I hear you. You can move forward. Guys, sorry, we have some issue on the Michael side. We hear you, we see you, and you can go forward.
Okay, yep. Okay, that's great. And sorry, because these days it's so hard to find some good place to stream. So let's talk about marketing strategies for SaaS, and there are so many of them, but I will talk only about those strategies I'm using myself. So we will go one by one, and I will tell you, and what's the most important, I will show you the tools I'm using for these marketing strategies. And the first strategy is called earned media and PR, and it means that you can advertise yourself and advertise your company for free using free advertising channels. You can build your brand awareness, you can influence customers, you can enhance your reputation. And as an example, I can show you, don't pay attention to Cyrillic letters. On the left, you can see an article that was published on Web Promo Experts. It's Internet Academy that was founded by Anton Voroniuk. And here you can see the article that got about 50,000 views. And I wrote about 70 main trends in banner advertising 2021. And another my article got about 70,000 views, and that's all for free. And be sure that people who read this article then became our clients. And on the right, you can see a couple of screenshots from different online conferences. And every time I have an opportunity to take part in online conferences or different webinars, I'm doing this because it's good for my company, it's good for my promotion and for promotion of my company. So I encourage you to do the same. So if you have any opportunity to be visible somewhere, just use it. Regarding PR tracking, I could recommend a tool called Avereo, and it allows to monitor your competitors. And that's what's most important. You can monitor your own brand. Because it monitors different social networks, it monitors Google, and then it shows, it gives you a notification in case you were visible on some platform. It could be good notice, it could be maybe bad, and you need to react to this. And one good thing also that is available here called leads. I just put some keywords, for example, how to create ad, could someone recommend the ad platform, and I'm getting constantly fresh leads from Twitter, from YouTube. Then I can go and can leave a comment and can work with this lead. Regarding PR opportunities, everyone knows AppSumo, and besides, AppSumo gives you opportunity to raise some money, what we did recently last year, and we raised some good amount of money. But AppSumo is good, especially for PR opportunities, because after we were presented on AppSumo, we got many good leads, we got many clients, and actually we grew our MRR like in numbers, because there was so many backlinks, there was so many ads, and Bannerboo after AppSumo, Bannerboo got much more visible than before. Social media, everyone knows social media, everyone I guess knows how to work with it. Honestly saying, we don't pay so much attention to social media yet, maybe because it needs a dedicated approach. It needs to be one dedicated person who will do constant posting, etc. But in our case, we are trying to every event we have, to every, like for example on this screen, Bannerboo Black Friday, we are trying to post. And what I could recommend, we are using StoryChief service that allows you to publish content simultaneously to all social networks. Like we can publish, for example, to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and it saves your time and it's really useful. What I should say that all the tools you will see on my screens, I bought with a lifetime subscription on AppSumo, and it's really great thing for those companies and for those startups who are bootstrapping, and for example, who doesn't have big budgets to pay like $200, $300 per month for these subscriptions. So I'm using like almost totally free services, and they help me a lot. Regarding influencer marketing, that can help you to build brand awareness, to boost your credibility and generate leads. For this moment, we're trying to work with BytePlay service. It's YouTube dedicated service that allows you to look for influencers, because you can just put your keywords. In my case, for example, I used how to create GIF ads, how to create ads for Google, and I found channels and I found influencers who had previously videos about these topics. So I can connect to them, and I can make agreement and promote Bannerboo on their YouTube channel. So it's really great thing. Content marketing is my favorite marketing channel, and we pay a lot of attention to it. And what's most important in content marketing that you first of all you improve your search engine visibility, and you increase your traffic and you generate new leads, and it works very good in our case, and I can tell you in more details. Of course, we have a blog and we are trying constantly to publish articles, but not occasionally, because before I create any content brief, I deeply analyze keywords that I would like to use in this article. I analyze our positions, and you can see our performance on search Google results. In the last 3 months, we got about 30,000 clicks to our website. We got more than a million impressions. The average CTR is about 2.3%, which is quite good, I guess. And here you can see the most important, like the most visited pages. For example, on animated GIF banner keyword or just GIF banner keyword in United States, we are on the first places. Our short article, what are HTML5 banners and how do I create them, also got first positions. So as you can see, on GIF, we got about more than 5,000 clicks. On HTML5 banners, we got more than 2,000 clicks, and it works very good. And you can analyze your blog posts and see which posts, which articles are working the best way. Here you can see the screenshot of MindMeister tool. In details, it looks like this one. So I gathered a number of important topics for Bannerbo. For example, I separated them to animated ads, GIF ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and for every topic, we write from 5 to 10 articles, and then it gives result. And as a rule, it's almost immediate result. Like in 1 month, we are getting good positions on these keywords. One good tool that I could recommend, also bought on AppSumo. It is like expired, but there are ways to buy lifetime services, lifetime deals after they are expired. If you want to know how, just drop me a line and I will share the information. Phrase is good because it allows to create a content brief just in minutes. You just write, you are writing your keyword, like you can see on the screen. Recently, I decided to create a landing page called HTML5 Banner Maker because we have good position and we want to have better positions. And the system just analyzes all the search results and it gives you recommendations what you should put in your content brief, and it creates the content brief automatically. So you can just need couple like 10-15 minutes to edit this content brief and then give it to your copywriter. So it's really time-saving tool. And if you're dealing with the blog posts, with the articles, if you're dealing with lots of content, I strongly recommend to use such services that will could allow you to speed up the processes. The next great tool called MarketMuse, and MarketMuse is perfect because you can enhance your existing articles, your existing content. You can see on screen the same article, what are HTML5 banners and how do I create them. This is a short article, like 500 words only, but it's already on the first positions in Google, but you can do it even better. For example, you can see that I have 1-2 keywords, HTML5 banner, but I need to have from 3 to 10. Then I don't have a banner ad keyword, and I need to have from 3 to 10. So this table shows you how many keywords and which keywords you need to paste your article to be competitive, regarding to your top competitors in, for example, in Google search result. So it's really great tool, and we are going to optimize all popular articles to be even more visible. Also, I'm widely using different AI writers. For example, in this case, the tool calls WriteSonic, and I created about 150 articles, and every article took me, every post took me, I don't know, about 10 minutes. And I love WriteSonic because it allows you to create well-structured article about 1,500 words. And the first step you're creating, you put your keywords, like the name of your future article. Then then it automatically creates you an intro, like several results, and you can choose from these results. Then based on this intro, the system creates for you outlines, and you choose which outlines you would like to use in your article. And then in result, as you can see, it creates what is an animated banner, types of animated banners, benefit of animated banners, should you use animated ads, and then it creates a good, well-structured article. And believe me, the quality is perfect. We are not using AI-generated articles in our blog, but I creating like a PBN network of different sites dedicated to different keywords. And also, this is a good opportunity to fast create articles, for example, for link placements. When you submit a link, for example, to any blog, guest blog, and you can create really powerful and good article. And believe me, the quality is awesome. So also a good time-saving tool, and nowadays every content manager should use these AI-based services. Event marketing, also a very good thing. I know that many people, especially from IT industry, they don't like to be like visible and to communicate. They are introverts, but believe me, it plays a big role. And in my case, I'm trying as well to go to any conference, to visit to use any opportunity to gain more visibility. On these photos, you can see on the left photo, we are at the Web Summit like 1 month ago. And on the right photo, I am at IT Arena together with my co-founder. We took part as startup mentors, and I'll always wearing my bright hoodie, my branded T-shirt, and yeah, that's good because people see you, people want to contact, people like you gain more visibility and more promotion for your startup. So I recommend you to use any opportunity and visit everything that you can allow to visit. Email marketing is like a standard marketing channel. Someone says that it's the best marketing channel that could be, and that's true. For marketing, email marketing, we are using one of the tools we are using is SendPulse. And it's really great because besides email marketing, they have like chatbots, landing pages, pop-ups. So I recommend to everyone just take a look, and no questions, like never no problems, and it works like a charm. It works really very good. SEO, search engine optimization, is also my favorite tools. Actually, my two favorite marketing channels are content marketing and SEO. And now we are getting every month we are getting new visitors. Every month we're getting new registrations, and everything goes automatically. So we are even we don't have like a big sales department, and many customers just looking for different keywords, like how to create HTML5 banner, how to create a banner for Google Ads, how to create GIF animations, and they are coming using Google search or Bing or Yahoo. They are coming to Bannerboo, they see our plans, and they subscribe. What can I recommend? Which tools? First of all, one nice small service called Rank Tracker, where I have number of keywords, and I'm looking which keywords are getting higher, which keywords are getting lower. I can analyze keywords to use in my future articles, and it's really straightforward. It's really very simple, and it works also very good. They have also functionality like keyword finder. So when I decide which blog post to create and which article to write, I'm using this tool, as well as Serpsite, Ahrefs, but I like this tool because it's so simple and it does good. It gives good results, and it's very intuitive and easy to use. So I can see, for example, that the most important and the most trafficable keyword is Discord banners GIF. So we can easily create like number of articles. We can easily create a landing page and take some traffic from these keywords. Take some traffic because Banner Brew allows to create Discord banners as well. Actually, as any banners for any ad networks. We are using Serpstat as well. It is also lifetime subscription. I was lucky to get this one. We are using tool called SEO Buddy, and it's like a library of different platforms of different services where you can leave, where you can get leave a backlink, so you can register, you can put some information about your service, and you will have a good backlink, and they are arranged based on domain authority, so you can get really high domain authority backlinks without paying much money, because you know that good backlink these days starts from like $60, and it's not so high DA, but in some cases it could be like $300, $500, even $1,000 per link, and you could save so much money if you will use such opportunities like you can see on this screen. I'm using Ahrefs, and in this case I'm using a free version. They have free version for webmasters. So you can see the dashboard. You can see all the vital data about your service. You can do really good site audit and see which parameters you need to repair. For example, to make your website faster, etc. Regarding outbound marketing, that is very useful if you're trying to reach middle-sized and bigger businesses, and we are doing it using LinkedIn, and I'm using a tool called I forgot the name, but it's a LinkedIn automation tool where you can just put number, you can set a workflow, and this service will go will gather the contacts. It will go to the company profile, to the user profile, like the last post, then try to connect, and if the connection was successful, it begins to send automated messages. And I prepare for every type of users. For example, we are trying to reach hosting companies. We are trying to reach, for example, different startup hubs, co-working hubs, CRM services. And for every client, we create a separate workflow. For example, you can see on this example that I'm writing, "Hey John, nice to meet you," so that we are mutual friends, etc. In case he connects, thank you for the connections. You know, I'm working with a lot of agencies, helping them to automate processes. And in 4, 5, 6 steps, I'm getting a lead, and I continue then manually work with them, offering him a demo, creating calls, and working till the final agreement. Actually, that's all. My final word is like more generic. The most effective PR and marketing strategy will depend on its specific goals, target audience, and industry. So what works in my case maybe will not work in your case, and so you need to decide. But I tried to give you a scope of my workflow, how I'm working, and with which tools, and I hope that it will be helpful for you. Actually, that's all, and thank you for your attention. I remind you that you can find my contacts, and in case you have any questions, you can reach me directly on LinkedIn or Facebook.
Michael, thank you for a great case study for Bannerbo experience. We have just a few questions. The first one, it's about your plans for 2023. What will challenge the Bannerbo in 2023?
2023 should be a great year for us because we are rolling out great features. I don't know, maybe next week or a couple of weeks, we are releasing a new functionality called banner generator, where you can create from one banner size, you can create the whole ad campaign. And for example, you create one design, and then you can export it to Facebook, Google Ads, Instagram, and it also everything will be created automatically. And the next step is AI-based banner generator, where you can just put your keywords and you will get plenty of wonderful animated good designs. So you can choose one, then change your logo, change your copy, and export it to your ad network. And many good plans, many good plans, new AppSumo campaign, product hunt, and yes, many good partnerships, integrations, and connections.
Great. Another question that was already asked to Anton when he was talking about influencer marketing. The same is very important question about PR. How do you measure the efficiency of PR? What is your KPIs funnel? What are the main key metrics? How do you measure the efficiency?
Well, it depends from the channel you are using. For example, in our case, when we are working with YouTube influencers, the KPI is number of views, number of registrations, and finally number of purchased plans. So it's quite straightforward.
If you can talk about blog articles about like content marketing, what about these sources?
You know, I presented a couple of articles, and one article constantly brings us new leads, and we are constantly getting purchases, subscriptions from this article, because every month we're getting about 500, 600 clicks on it. And then I see even not analyzing, for example, not going to Google Analytics, that people are asking questions, for example, regarding HTML5 banners, and I even see that they are. I have we have a system that allows to chat with your customers. And I see that they are where they are, and they are on this article, reading this article, chatting with the support, and then goes immediately, like in 5-10 minutes, goes a payment, and it's really great.
Yeah, it shows that how content marketing can really work.
No, it really works very well for us. It's like the main channel, content marketing and SEO optimizations. it's a real working channel, and we plan to optimize. We plan to work with it. We tried paid advertising. We tried Google Ads. We tried Facebook ads, but it didn't give us like the good results. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you need to do experiments, more experiments. But in our case, what works well, and we are constantly improving content, because it's, like it will work like for years, because you paid for advertising, you get some leads, and you need to do it like once again. And content works for you this year, next year, and SEO optimization. It's like it takes long, but in result, it gives you good good profit.
It seems like a plan. I want to say thank you, Michael, for your great speech and answering the questions. I will be happy to see you on our next events. Have a great day and see you. Bye-bye.
Of course. Bye, Anton. See you.
Guys, we today had mostly marketing toolkit, but now it's time to meet a really great project management SaaS. And our next guest will be Dmytro Khudenko. He is Chief Operating Officer of Worksection. He will talk about the mistakes to avoid Worksection story. Dmytro, if you are here, you can join us and let's meet each other. Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm with you. So thank you for invitation and hello, everyone.
I think that it's time to share your experience. It can be really helpful for our audience.
Okay, thank you, Anton. Actually, I'm excited to be here among other well-experienced professionals in SaaS spheres. So I decided to do our talk on the five mistakes which we made in mainly operations and promotions of our SaaS product, and give you another tips how you to speed up your own growth.
Looks good.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with a small apology. Some of this advice and mistakes might seem obvious to some of the audience, but all of this are from our own experience, and we made these mistakes until we found the right way. So I hope we found the right way. We'll think so. Well, let's share my presentation. One note. Do you see this?
Everything works.
Yeah. Okay, let's start from some small introduction. My name is Dmytro Khudenko. I'm CEO at Worksection, this Ukrainian project management service. And it's actually it's my first year on this position. So yeah, maybe we'll find out even more some insights in the next year. But previously I was CMO. I work as a consultant in different companies, and also I work as a project manager. So why we are here? We are a SaaS company with 10 years of experience in the market. Our service is quite popular in Eastern Europe and of course in Ukraine, where we come from. Actually, we sell a tool which helped our consumer to grow. So we sell customer success. Our project management service helped different companies to become digital, to manage their projects, teams, communicate more effectively, and track their task online. We have around 2,000 clients around the world, and the most important that we are profitable all the time. We are existing. We have some clients in the most important US market, and actually lots of international marketing agencies use our service. For example, it's Denso, Ogilvy, Leo Burnett, and other lots of international companies using our service. So we have accumulated some experience and want to share it with you. Well, I have just only a few minutes to each do's and don'ts, so let's get started. The first mistake I want to talk about is concentrating too much only in one sales channel. You should try to develop both inbound and outbound sales at one time, because actually the biggest mistake we have made in building our outbound strategy too late. We have invested in content marketing, and we are so well doing this, and our inbound marketing works even right now, works very well, but we didn't have SDRs, sales development representative, and lead gens at all. Actually, it well enough not to have much urgency to go outbound, but it did not mean that we didn't need outbound sales at all. So, but everything changed after February 21st. We have lost around 40% of our clients and completely blocked the whole Russian market, and it was a shock us for us, and we made some deep analysis and analyze our weaknesses and our strengths. We have realized that we didn't have one of the big and important sales channels. So now we are in process of creating this channel. We have tested various mechanics, and my own expectation that we will reach up to 40% of new customers from outbound channel within next 4-6 months. So I will be happy to tell you about the results of this process in 6 months. I think we will join to the next same sessions as well. Well, I should you to develop both channels at the same time, inbound and outbound. It's really important. Well, let's move further. Our second mistake was about well-known directories. We focused so much on local review sites and didn't invest time to develop international ones. Let me a little more explanation. Directories are the specialized platform for collecting different reviews from your customers. The most well-known is G2. Previously, it was G2 Crown. Also, maybe you know Capterra, Trustpilot, Clutch. There are lots of different sites for reviews. And my advice will be to sign up your SaaS service to every single directory and get a review. It's very important. You will get free exposure on well-ranked sites and social proof from your customer. And of course, you can use different testimonial widgets that you can use in your landing page. For example, you see our our widget like user love us and the easiest to use service in this autumn. So for now, we are investing lots of time to develop this channel, and you see the results. We are almost in the top of the project management software globally, and our goal in the next few months is go up to the 30 the most valuable project management software in the world. I think we will do this. What it means for us, it means additional leads from this channel. It's a really good channel for lead generation, and it's a free exposure in really well-ranked websites. My advice will be to use any opportunity to generate feedback. So you can provide some incentives in different liquidity form. For example, you can provide a free month of your SaaS service. You can give some merch or even some coupons like Amazon for your customers and ask them to leave feedback in different platforms. All of these efforts will super boost your profile on review sites. This will help you to rank even better and better, and I think you will generate lots of leads from these platforms. Actually, if you want, I have 30 services that we use with my short explanation. So you can request me on LinkedIn, and I will prepare and send you this list of the most valuable and popular platforms for SaaS review. Well, let's go to the next point, number 3. Actually, we have focused too long only one region, Eastern Europe. There was our significant mistake that come from, I think, previous 2. But right now we are trying to expand our service globally with focus on 2 main regions. It's Europe and, of course, the USA market. Because you should do everything you can to win the US market. It's very important. For SaaS product, it's a really important market. And your goal is to be a leader in your category niche or in some sphere which you are working. For example, you see in this slide that the US market makes up around 50% of the world's global software spending, and consumers in other English-speaking countries like Britain, Australia, Canada, and other are focused on the SaaS leaders on the American market. So you need to be a really category leader of your SaaS category, and you need to be competitive in the US market. If you win in North America, you will win globally. So you also need to consider to hire a local specialist, for example, SDRs or sales managers in the US market, because they know their culture, they know how to find the way to the customers, and this definitely will speed up your growth in the US market. And as I mentioned, if you win US market, you win globally. Move to the next slide. Number 4, so don't give away your product too cheaply. This is the most widespread mistake, and we actually did the same mistake as others do. We a little bit undervaluated our product because it happens because of many reasons. For example, we know our service so well. We know our roadmap and what we need or want to add more and more to make our product great and perfect as possible. And at the same time, we are waiting to ask big dollars for our product. Also, as I mentioned, we were too concentrated in our local market. All of them lead to one of the main mistakes that we undervaluated. So align your price with your value. Definitely, you need to compare your service with your main competitors. Don't be afraid to increase your price. Actually, you don't have much to lose, especially if you split your motherland market and new markets. You can do different experiments and try to play with price strategy just to find the optimal way to promote your service. And my short advice: think of it like a way if you can offer a value that your competitors and offer a slightly lower price point, you definitely win. But the lower price point doesn't mean that you need to be the rock bottom. Yeah, actually, it might be even a disadvantage if you have big difference in your pricing between your product and the main competitors, because it may look like undervaluable service and makes customers to doubt the quality of your service. So don't be afraid and play with your sales strategy. I think you will find the optimal way. And if you really provide and offer much more than your main competitors, well, you have earned the right to charge more than your competitors. Think about that. Well, let's move to the next point, number 5. Late implementation of the CRM system. My advice will be implement CRM system as early as possible. Yeah, it's very important. And the most important, you should integrate your CRM system with all the existing tools which you use, and don't reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Many companies are well aware about the purpose of CRM system, about their using, but there are 3 main typical mistakes are often made. We also made some of them. Check it out. Maybe you make some of these mistakes. Number 1, trying to develop an ideal system from scratch for yourself. No, you shouldn't do this. Try to use the existing tool. There are lots of different tools on the market. Some of them free of charge, some of them you need to pay, but check and do not try to develop this tool for themselves. Try the existing tool. Number two, use this system as a data repository for various information. Yeah, it's very widespread mistake. So you need to use your CRM system as a hub for different other tool. So it should to help you automatize all the process as you can, and it will save your time, and you can concentrate on a really important thing and questions, and all other routine work will be automatized by your CRM system. And the third one is when the system implemented, you don't need when the system implemented, some companies forget completely about it and do not control how it's used by responsible person. So you as mainly operation manager should control this process and keep set some KPIs for your team and control how it used, especially at the first time of the implementations. Well, the main point, the CRM system helps integrate and automate various services that help you sell more. Yeah, the main purpose to sell more and work more efficiently. That's all. And yeah. Remember about the wheel. We actually use Pipedrive if anyone is interested. It's one of the biggest startup in Europe from Estonia. It gives you lots of flexibility to adjust the system for themselves. Yeah. And after we implemented CRM system, we got a really positive results. For example, we stayed more precise with our incoming request. We raised deal with this request from 57% up to the 100% right now. Our sales increase, conversion rate goes up, and we didn't waste time on something unimportant. So it's very, very useful tool. You can find appropriate tool for your SaaS company, but don't waste time and implement it as early as you can. Yep. Move to the next slide. It's our short key takeaways after our 10 years experience on the market. We divided it for 3 main categories for us. It's mainly for us, but I think you will find something useful for you too. For example, team. Invest to your team, develop your team, and do not try to hire a top manager or other type of managers who will build everything for you. Yeah, you need to understand all the processes in your SaaS company, and you need to rise, and you need to educate your team firstly. The second, don't reinvent the wheel. I mentioned about that. So use available tools to grow your product. Develop all sales channels at once, inbound, outbound. The same for your marketing channel. The previous lecture also mentioned about SEO and customer oriented marketing, about content marketing. I will add, don't forget about the main directors in your sphere. Use this opportunity and it will help you to grow up faster. Strategy and analysis. Know your customer. Yeah, it's obvious, but sometimes we forget about that. Know your customers and try to understand their needs. Communicate with them. Make some surveys, so try to understand what they need. The same for your competitors. You need to know your main competitors and leaders in your spheres. You need to know about their pros and cons. You need to know about their price strategies. So try to gather as much information as you can and try to update it constantly. Try to update this information constantly, and try to play with your pricing strategy. Do not undervalue your service, because it will give you more opportunity, more money if your new strategy win and attract more customers and more money into your cash flow. Shortly, I will move through another 3 important points that are quite obvious, but almost everyone forget about them. Yeah. Next slide. Implementation of your KPIs for sales department, marketing department, and metrics for the company. You shouldn't end up in the SaaS graveyard with your low LTV and high CAC. Stay vigilant about reducing CAC and increasing your LTV. And you know the best ratio between CAC LTV, it's 1 up to 3. And you need to implement different KPIs for your sales and marketing department as early as you can, and you can use OKR for the whole company as well. It's very important, and do not miss to have it in your company. The next one will be money culture. I think it's very important and obvious for us, but you need to implement a high culture of financial management immediately. Maybe you know about FTX, their story and how they deal with the money, so you don't do the same mistakes. It's obvious, but it's very important for your business growth. The same for investors' money. I take 1-2 minutes explain investment. Attract money from investors only as a last resort. It's the most expensive money on the market, and for us, for example, we remain profitable even now, even in these conditions, and count only our own money, because you are more flexible when you have some money in your bank account, and you don't need to raise money from your investors and attract more and more money to maintain your operations. So financial culture is crucial important for your operation and for your further growth. And you know about venture capital, because their goal is just to make a one shot out of 10 and to hit escape velocity. So in this case, every fund will win. Yeah, just 1 out of 10. If one startup or sale or SaaS company will survive, but who will win in your situation? So try to be very careful with the money. And the last but not the least one is, as I mentioned, on your customers. At the very beginning, you need to have a detailed portrait of your user. You should know about their values and some unique characteristics that distinguish especially your product. It's very important for your SaaS company and, of course, for your consumers. Don't forget about that. Yeah, I know it's clear, but I want to emphasize it once again. Well, yeah, that's all for today. Yep, each topic can be explored more deeply. If you want, you can connect me in LinkedIn and we'll continue our discussion. I will be happy to answer on your question here or there and help your company with some short advice of our based on our experience. Anton?
Dmytro, thank you for a great speech. We have time just for one short question. What is number one main trend for SaaS marketing in 2023? We had different versions from different speakers today. What do you think about it?
Well, it's a quite difficult question because it depends on different spheres, but I think that AI will play a key role in different spheres as well in SaaS because you see how AI helps to resolve different problems. For example, in our case, in project management spheres, we are trying to add some AI features to our service, which help to predict some outcomes and calculate your speed when you working on your project based on previous experience. But AI will play a crucial role in different spheres. So I think more and more SaaS startups will use AI as a part of their key features.
Dim, thank you for a great speech. You've mentioned that a lot of agencies use Worksection. I want to mention that we are also using Worksection. We want to say thank you for such a great tool, and it's really helpful and make our project management and our life easier. Thank you for your speech. Thank you for answering the questions. Have a great day and see you on the next events.
See you. Thank you very much.
Bye. Guys, the last but not the least, we have two more speeches. And the next speaker is Greg Berezowski, the entrepreneur, founder, and chief executive officer of Napoleon Cat. Greg will share with us on the importance of data in expanding your SaaS business. So please meet Greg. Greg, you can contact us. How are you?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah. Everything is really great.
Okay. So thanks
we are
for
ready to get your insights about the data and about the value you can give for SaaS.
Sure. I will share my well, maybe not the whole story, but of course this will be my subjective perspective on how data can be leveraged, or actually how important it is to be able to collect and analyze certain data to grow your business. And this will be from our perspective, meaning a B2B SaaS business that focuses on small and medium-sized companies operating for a long time locally from in Poland, and deciding to expand globally or internationally. So this will be I think a bit of an expansion on what Dmytro has just said about the importance of knowing your customer, but also knowing your business.
It looks great.
So I'll try to share the other screen with the presentation. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Everything's okay.
All right. So I need to turn on the clock because I have the tendency to to take too much time. So I'll try to be brief this time and not bore you with too much details.
Our last speaker is in video recording, so feel free to tell us the more details. And I think that we will maybe have some questions.
So just to give you a bit of context about ourselves, Napoleon Cat is a social media customer engagement platform, and we basically help businesses interact with their current and future customers at scale across different social media platforms. So what it means in practice is that if your business is present across social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, etc., using our tool, you can integrate all those channels in one place, integrate content scheduling and publishing from one place to multiple channels. But what is even more important nowadays, especially for consumer brands, is to integrate all the conversations and engagement points from across different social media platforms in one place in order to effectively manage those conversations, manage those interactions, and give your customers better experience, faster customer service, faster help with the sales process, etc. And as I said at the beginning, for quite some time, we operated locally on the Polish market. We are from Poland, and being myself as this business founder, having roots in the digital advertising market, of course, I targeted this product to advertising agencies that I knew very well. I knew their problems very well. I knew most of people in the industry personally. They knew me, so it was easy to make contacts, make connections, and make sales. And we intimately knew all of our customers. We knew all about them. We were able to trace their moves, understand their needs without even having to talk to them, because we have been in the same situation, or we were in the same situation as they were before. But as we started growing internationally, it became much trickier to understand those customers, to talk to them. We have this, I would say, standard model of sales where we sell to incoming leads. We collect those leads through our marketing activities, and we do not do any outbound sales. So we do not have a sales force that does research on the customer and then targets a specific customers, we cast a broad net, and then we try to convert those leads that are trialing our product. And in general, this business strategy works. We have about 1,000 customers right now, and United States, the US market is our main market at the moment, but we have customers across all different continents from New Zealand, and New Zealand is a continent according to the recent discoveries of scientists, to Asia, Africa, Europe, of course, and both Americas. And they are also from all walks of life. So they are not just marketing agencies anymore. It still is an important segment of the market for us, an important niche. But we also have customers that are large brands, small business owners, churches, even, or other religious organizations, government organizations, etc. So those are very different businesses, and their use cases are different. And at the beginning, when we were small, we did not have did not feel the need to collect too much data on our customers, because, as I said, we knew them well. So we did most of our basic business analytics in Excel. But of course, as it grew, as our business grew, it was getting more and more difficult, and it was only showing us a small fraction of our business. In general, we knew how we are growing, basic KPIs such as ARPA or churn. We knew them well, but we did not really know which groups of customers, for example, were churning, or who's a more worthy segment for us. And also our data about the customers was really dispersed. We had several systems that collected user and customer data, such as a billing system, the licensing system, some marketing tools that we implemented on our app website, within our application, etc. And we basically try to connect those apps to inter-exchange the data. But it was all done in a not very well planned way, I would say. And as we grew, as more tools, as we added more tools that collected customer data, it was becoming more and more complex. The whole system was becoming more and more complex, and basically we had the problem of data consistency, because the systems were talking to them directly to themselves, exchanging different data, integrations done by different developers at different points of time with different needs. So the data were not consistent from one system or one place to another, and we felt like I would say running in the fog of war. If you play computer games like strategy games or RPG. You might be familiar with the term. Like when you explore the territory, you see a bit of it, but the rest is covered with the fog, and you don't really know what to expect, and can't see it clearly. And this was our challenge with our customers. We had customers all over the globe of various sizes, but we did not know them very well. And I remember the quote, but I don't remember which wise person said it. Probably it was one of those American investors that said that a data analyst should be one of the first 10 people you hire at your tech startup. And in our case, it was a 20th person. Of course, maybe if you yourself are a very technical person, are able to set up the entire analytics stack, and you know what you're doing with the data, then you might not need such a person at the beginning. But the role as such has to be there in technical businesses, especially those that target large markets and need to rely on large number of data to draw conclusions from it. And so the first thing this person did was completely destroying our data ecosystem and rebuilding it almost from scratch, with the central hub being our data warehouse that is responsible for collecting all the data about our users and about our customers in one place, and exchanging them with different systems that we have, and making sure that the data is consistent and the data is up to date in every system, so that we are sure that we have one source of truth, and we can trust the data. And of course, adding another tool, another source of data, or destination, data destination, like visualization platform, is much easier. And then the second thing we did was getting to know our customers better and their intents better, or our users better, because not all users, unfortunately, become customers, not yet. So of course, this is a very simple idea, but it came to us quite late, that we did profiling, or we ask a few questions to the people that sign up to our app. We ask them what kind of business they represent, what they are most interested in terms of jobs to be done that they want to do with our tool, and a few more things like whether they are looking for a tool just for themselves, or maybe for a larger team. And this helped us distill better knowledge as to whom we should be targeting, whom it is more effective to target. For example, we discovered that people that are looking for for a tool for a team, as opposed to people looking for a tool for themselves, are 5 times more likely to convert to a customer, from a lead to a customer in our case. So this means that if we focus on this kind of people, it will be easier for us to get new customers. The same goes for specific features or specific jobs to be done that they want to achieve. And so we knew who converts better and who buys our product. But this is just part of the story, because you also want to know how what is the business potential in those customers, because in SaaS business, of course, you are not only interested in selling a product, but even more importantly, in keeping the customer to repurchase it every month or every year, depending on your subscription period. So you want to know what is his lifetime value, how likely is he to churn, and pick those segments that are the most economically viable to you. So what we did was integrating our analytics stack and our financial stack with ChartMogul. ChartMogul is one of those SaaS data analytics platforms available on the market. And we chose this one because it is quite flexible in enabling us to analyze different segments of customers, adding our own parameters or data to the customer records, so we can perform different analysis. And thanks to that, we discovered the segment of customers that is 3 times whose ARPA is 3 times higher than average, who has much lower churn than average, whose lifetime value is 3 times higher than average. And based on that, we are able to adjust our activities, our marketing activities, but also product development towards those this segment of customers that brings us most money, and that sees the most value in our product. Because if those customers are able to pay more, they stay with us for a longer time. It means that they see a higher value, or they attach higher value to our product for their business. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just take this group of customers and look for customers similar to them. But to get to this point, to find this this segment, we needed to get our data right. We needed to also experiment with this data, meaning that we had to put certain hypotheses and test them with data in order to find the one that in our opinion is best for our business. So getting your data right, making sure that it's that it's consistent across your different platforms or different tools that your marketing, that your sales, that your product teams use is critical, and connecting this with your financial data is the second step to grow your business. And then of course it's a never-ending story. It's like maybe not building or fixing the plane while flying, but it's more like upgrading the plane while flying. And I guess this makes it even more exciting. And lastly, I heard that Dmytro said or advised not to take money from the VC. We went a different path and had VCs on board, took money from VCs, and of course it's a different game, but it's equally interesting as bootstrapping. But when you decide to go that route, and when you want to talk to the VCs, you have to, of course, be able to speak their language. And data helps you with that. Knowing your business KPIs intimately is I would say the fundamental thing when you want to seek VC funding, because you have to show them that you know your business well, that you know where your money comes from, and of course where it goes. And you have to be able to build a predictable model that will convince them that you know how to invest the money that you're taking or that you want to take from them in the growth of your company. So you need to have those data in place, and you need to be able to show them what knowledge in terms of business growth you draw from your data. So having said that, I would like, if there is one conclusion that I would take from this talk, is that you think hard whether you need a data analyst or you have someone in your team that can perform this role, so that you get all your user and financial data straight, and that you can be certain that this data is correct, and you can draw conclusions from it. I was convinced that I am able to do it myself, but it turned out that I know nothing about it. So hiring a data analyst, an experienced data analyst, was one of those smart decisions that we have made. So thank you very much for your time. If you would like to contact me, feel free to email me or find me on social media, as of course I am present on all the platforms since it's my business.
Greg, thank you for a great speech. My school teacher of physics loved to tell that math is the queen of science, but at the same time the servant of the physics. So in your case, data, it's really a very great thing, which is the queen of business. We have just a few questions. The first one is about the challenges. What will challenge the Napoleon Cat in 2023? Which the main challenges do you see for your company for the next year?
Well, I guess the biggest challenge for all of us is global economic and political uncertainty, and this has affected businesses globally already, and this is a huge unknown for us in the coming year, unfortunately. So we did the financial planning, for example, for the next year, and we try to factor as many elements as possible into our financial planning, such as inflation, for example. And at the end of the day, we know that we can only approximate our end year result or next year results because economy is unstable at the moment. So yeah, I would love to be able to tell you what the biggest challenge is, but except the fact that it's uncertainty, I'm not really able to say much more.
Yeah, I understand you. Now, our main business is still in Ukraine, so in case of Ukraine, the level of unpredictability is even much more higher than the whole world, which is in panic and waited for the recession. One more question. It's about the trends. What are the main trends in SaaS marketing? Are you going to wait?
The main trends in SaaS marketing, that it's one of the interesting trends is that like the barrier to enter gets lower and lower. Like you have all the bricks, like there is a SaaS app for everything now. So you can build your SaaS business almost from the ready-made blocks that you have on the market. So it also means that there is more and more competition on the market that moves quickly, and yeah, the scene gets pretty crowded, and it will get even more crowded. I could also, of course, tell about the rapid development of artificial intelligence, but I heard that Dmytro mentioned it already. Like if you take a look at your LinkedIn feed, last week everyone was talking about GPT-3 and how scary it is because it can write code, it can answer your customers' emails, it can write articles for your blog, it can, well, luckily it can't accompany your wife to a date yet, but
maybe it will be possible soon.
Yeah, I heard that Elon Musk is building this humanoid thing. So yeah, the future is interesting, and of course, artificial intelligence will be reshaping the market. But of course, as always, it will. I mean, we can see it as a threat, and the fact that it's much easier to enter the market also might be seen as a threat from the perspective of existing businesses, but also it is an opportunity for the new ones to flourish. So I don't know if it's the answer to your question. But
yeah, it seems okay. Maybe the last one more question. We were discussing with all speakers about new markets. St. Paul's shared their experience with LatAm, how they entered in Turkey, how they left Turkey, how they are going to reopen Turkey in this year. What are the main market challenges for you for the next year where you are going to expand?
as I said at the beginning, we are casting quite a wide net, but we are focusing on the US market. Since it is the largest one, we have our target group are basically small and medium-sized enterprises, and there are 30 million of them in United States alone. So if we have 1,000 customers at the moment, there is still a huge opportunity to grow on just one market. I mean, such a big market. Even if it's competitive, it is relatively easy to play on this market compared to other regions from our perspective.
Thanks for all this feedback. Now, Greg, thank you for the speech, for transparent answers on the questions. A great tool which making people's life easier and not such complicated. So I want you to say thank you for joining us today. Have a great day, and I will love to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Thanks for inviting me, and yeah, we are all rooting here for Ukraine and for your people. So
thanks, and thanks for support one more time. Bye. Guys, the last but not the least, we have just one great speaker. She can't connect to us online. It will be the recorded speech, but you can try to ask your questions in chat, and we will transfer your questions to our great speaker. Today we have Danni Roseman, content marketing specialist at Surfer SEO. Danni will share with us impactful content marketing strategies for SaaS companies, 3 not so obvious ways to attract the customers. So Danni, you can join us in video format, and we will listen to your speech.
Hello, my name is Danni Roseman, and I have the honor of speaking to you today a little bit about content marketing. I am the content marketing lead at Surfer, and if you're unfamiliar with Surfer, we are a SaaS company, much like yourselves, and our platform and tool enables people, regardless of their skill set, regardless of their starting point, to streamline their SEO strategy in a way that makes sense, is intuitive, and is backed 100% by data. And our platform is incredible, not just because it was built by extremely talented data scientists, but because everything we do is backed by information. And we can all appreciate that. It takes a lot of the guesswork out of SEO, and our toolkit is expansive and powerful, but quite easy to use. So the title of today's presentation is Impactful Content Marketing Strategies for SaaS Companies, 3 not so obvious ways to attract customers. If you are here to hear someone tell you to start a podcast or to find guest posting opportunities or to host a live webinar, I'm really sorry. I will not be doing that. The key point that I want to emphasize today are non-obvious ways to attract people to your brand or to your tool. And I'm not bashing those other options because they've been around for ages for a reason. They work, they're useful, and they're effective. But I'm hoping to provide some new information or some fresh ideas to kind of help your content strategy just a bit more. I guess the first most obvious question is, why is content marketing relevant? Information, especially when it's free, accessible, and relevant, never goes out of style. There's always something to learn, so therefore there's always something to teach, and it's one marketing tool that can fit both the smallest and the largest of budgets. Here, the key cost cutter is creativity. So I'd like to start off this presentation with the first tip, which is product-led, community-based content marketing. Okay, that's a lot of hyphens, I know, but stick with me. So the main idea here is to be so in tune with your competitors' shortcomings the user's pain points, and your own resources to create an ideally free product that people can't help but talk about. One example that I'd like to share with you today is Surfer's Keyword Chrome extension. It is a free extension on Google Chrome that enables people to do quite detailed keyword research without ever having to leave the SERP. And it started basically because there was one other tool similar to it on the market. And because of that company's trajectory, they had to start charging to use that tool. Well, Surfer found the absolute sweet spot and was able to come up with an MVP and create a tool that was free and did the same, if not more, than their competitor's tool. And I've already kind of mentioned our expansive toolkit, and I can say without a doubt that this is our most widely used tool. It has over 400,000 users. And as you can see here, people really like it. And we've never once put money for ads behind this tool, nor have we ever paid for ads. And yet the reviews are consistently positive and consistent in terms of influx. The reason this tool works so well is because Surfer managed to find the intersection between our competitor's weakness, or their mistake in this case, which was starting to charge for a tool that had always been free, and our user's pain point, and our current resources, or our resources at the time. We were able to create this tool and create an MVP without overextending ourselves, and the tool is free, has always been free, and will remain free. So here's some stats of interest out of transparency's sake. As I mentioned before, it's got 400,000 users. It's got 4.5 out of 5 stars on Google Web Store. We've never once put ads behind it, nor have we ever paid for reviews. It's free, always has been, always will be, and our users can trust that. Keyword Surfer's landing page has generated over 140,000 unique sessions in the last 12 months. And the idea here is that we created a product so good and so useful and so relevant that people start talking about it. We get dozens of quality backlinks consistently because people talk about this tool. Now, we have over 490 unique videos about Keyword Surfer on YouTube. The most popular video has about 110,000 views. Do you think, honestly, that our team would have the capacity to create 490 unique pieces of content, edit, and upload to YouTube? Absolutely not. But that's the beauty of community-based content-led marketing. Our community does it for us. So the point I'm trying to make is you don't need to be the first or the biggest to create a consistent wave of organic traffic. People talk about the product, and our only job is to keep it functioning, evolving, and make sure that it meets the needs of our users. So ask yourself this question: how can I do what my competitor is doing, but cheaper, better, or ideally for free? So here are the main takeaways for product-led community-based content marketing. You just need a minimum viable product. You can update and evolve as you go. We're literally in the process of doing it right now. Timing is key. Understanding the market and studying your competitors is the only way to spot these opportunities. If you're so heads down into your own product, you'll miss it. So I challenge you all to zoom out, act quickly, both on the marketing side as well as the product side. And when in doubt, incentivize the buzz. Can you offer something in exchange for something and still say on budget and get honest quality feedback, reviews, or content? It's worth exploring. Next up, we have micro-influencers. Now, you probably think I'm going to tell you to find some people on social media platforms like TikTok or Instagram with fewer than 5,000 followers that you can pay in order to promote your product or your brand. And while this is an option, and most likely more budget-friendly than giant mega influencers, that's not where I'm going with this. This isn't a bad idea, especially since micro-influencers tend to have a much stronger and closer relationship with their audience, but I wouldn't call this strategy not obvious. So what if I told you there is a way that if you set things up properly, you could generate a consistent flow of case studies, testimonials, and organic social proof to create converts for your product without having to spend a dime? Like I always say, I'm speaking from experience. I'm going to tell you exactly how Surfer did that. First, we create a space. We carve out a little corner of the internet that we can house our community. In our case, it's Facebook, but you also have options like Discord or Patreon. Next, we make sure there's at least one person designated to interact in that space. That means asking engaging questions or responding to comments or simply just being there. It makes so much of a difference because as a software company, it's really hard to humanize us because at the end of the day, we become synonymous with our product. Our Facebook community has about 15,000 people in it, and it's growing more and more every day. And the reason it's so successful is that people know they can reach us there. So not only do we have our support channel, we also have our Facebook group. What we've done is create a self-contained ecosystem where current customers can influence inadvertently potential customers or freemium customers through their case studies or sharing their wins or posting their own testimonials. We can also tap into our community for webinars or for interviews. We have an on-demand system for beta testers or candid one-to-one feedback as well. People request features through our Facebook group as well, and sometimes they have really great ideas, especially for features and things that they want to see from our product. All of this comes at no cost to us and no cost to our users. The key about having this community and having this back and forth with our customers is that we meet our customers where they are when they are in fact micro-influencers, and we create advocates from a very, very early stage. And they use our tool and our product to grow. And the more they grow, the more excited they get. And the more excited they get, the more they share. And this is something that you can also do, again, at minimal cost, whether it be via Patreon, Facebook, or Discord, or what have you. It's a great way to have these conversations with your customers in an informal environment where they can feel comfortable enough to share their honest thoughts and feedback with you, which is oftentimes super, super, super valuable. Number 3, create a directory. If your product or your tool has even the slightest learning curve, check this option out for content marketing. Why? It's a free give back for your community. It also creates experts who know how to use your tool, and they take those skills and they advertise them and they share them with their customers and their clients, and that extends your reach without you having to do anything, just what you're already doing. So here's how Surfer turned our directory into one of our most valuable and successful content marketing tools. First, we created an SEO writing masterclass, and this class was absolutely free, is absolutely free. It's hosted on YouTube, and it's not a self-promotion tool. It is 90% about SEO, 10% about how our tool can help them with their SEO. So it provides value apart from being self-congratulatory. Next, we added the incentive of taking an exam after you finish the course to get a certificate, because it's the first and only place to become Surfer certified. Then we encourage people to share the certification on their LinkedIn and with their networks. And this is just added visibility. Then we made it so that anyone who wants to join the updated directory, they have to be Surfer certified. So they either have to have taken the course and taken the take-home exam and passed, or simply taken the exam and passed with the take-home assessment. So this way, whenever we have people who are joining our directory, we can have a bit of quality control as well. We know that these people who are sharing about our product have experience with our product and are giving accurate, current information. These people go on to add being Surfer certified to their CVs, to their LinkedIn profile, to Fiverr, to Upwork, etc. And again, all of these mediums are simply extending our visibility and extending our reach. The directory also solved another problem that we had. Our support team was inundated with requests of people looking for writers. And now we have a really concise and convenient way that we can handle that. We can point them to the directory, and we can free up our support team to handle more pressing issues. On the other hand, it's also a way to promote our own tool, our keyword research tool, formerly known as our content planner. So it generates dozens of topic clusters, and a lot of times people don't have the time or the capacity to write as much content as the ideas that they're given from our keyword research tool. So when that happens, we can provide the directory to them, or they can go to the directory and find writers to write for them. So it frees up our support team, and it provides opportunities for Surfer certified writers, and it helps out agencies who use Surfer and our Surfer toolkit to be able to find writers who are qualified that they can trust to do the work for them. And all of this is at minimal cost to us. It's about 75% on autopilot. We have someone designated to issue the certificates, but apart from that, the course is hosted on YouTube, the certification we handle, the directory is basically an autopilot, and we have the systems in place so that this can run for us and with minimal supervision. Since we launched the SEO Writing Masterclass, we've had about 40,000 students go through it. It's generated about 1,700 mentions on Google. We have about 201 writers in the directory at the moment. We've produced about 800 new certificates, 3,500 in total. The SEO Writing Masterclass landing page has provided us with over 100 quality backlinks and 116 links to the other landing page for the directory. This is also really great because an unintended result is it falls into the bucket of programmatic SEO, because every new writer who joins the directory gets a unique URL. And with this URL that they share around, we get quality backlinks consistently. So as you can see, content marketing goes way beyond starting a blog or a podcast or a webinar or creating a nice lead magnet. There's a reason that those things have withstood the test of time, right? They work. But they're also a bit obvious, a little bit overdone, and they're highly competitive. Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts or cheat codes. It often boils down to being in the right place at the right time and having the resources to seize an opportunity. We write, we wait, we hopefully rank. I provided some out-of-the-box ideas to get your product and your name in front of new eyes. These are things that you can hopefully automate and run at minimal cost, that you can focus your efforts on scaling, which is also quite important. I want to take a moment to expound upon a few points that I've made. I want to do this in order to give you a more zoomed-in view of the why and the how, not just the, this is so great, you should try it out for yourself part. I started the presentation with product-led community-based marketing, remember? I mentioned several free products that Surfer has produced that our community truly enjoys, such as our free Chrome extension, our writers directory, and our SEO Writing Masterclass. Let's take a closer look at the latter, the SEO Writing Masterclass. I had the privilege of taking on this intimidating and enormous task after only, wait for it, 4 weeks at the company. Talk about a warm welcome. Here's how I managed to get the task done, and well, without overspending or overextending the team's resources. In phase 1, I looked at the first iteration of the masterclass. I asked questions like what worked, what didn't work, and why. I read through the original scripts, making sure to highlight information that was still relevant, and sorting out any figures I'd need to update as time had passed, and we all know how quickly SEO evolves. I'm also super fortunate that my team had conducted interviews after the first masterclass to gather insights, so I read through those in order to better understand what people wanted and expected from the 2.0 version. In phase 2, I started writing the scripts. I used Google Docs and created a new folder for each script or lesson, as I knew I'd need to keep all the visual and audio assets together. Google Docs made it easy to correspond and tag team on edits and revisions. Notion is another option as well. Apart from that, I also spent time thinking about the recurring themes that would unite all of these videos together. What is the opening line going to be? How much time will I spend on the intro? How about the closing? Will I create a tagline? I wanted to basically answer the question, how can I keep these videos branded and cohesive? Then I made sure to keep it consistent and transfer the opening and closing each time I made a new script. This phase took the longest. I wrote 18 unique scripts on a variety of SEO topics, and the research and writing part was extensive, but worth it. Phase 3, the recording. Now, I don't suggest anyone do what I did, at all, but for transparency's sake, I'll tell you. I locked myself in my office, closed the shutters to eliminate any light variations, and recorded 18 videos in about 30 hours. Ridiculous, I know. One thing I did that made it easier, not all the videos show my face at all times. I used different colors on the scripts to distinguish between screen grabs, graphics, and face, so I was able to record in bursts without needing to memorize an entire script or read from a teleprompter. Don't you just love a bootstrap, get it done type of marketing strategy? If I were to create a new version, I'd hire a team of videographers, but it worked well at the time. And this masterclass brings new eyes to Surfer, new writers to our directory, and serves as a useful piece of content that brings value to our community. We even share it as part of our internal and external welcome series. A gift that keeps on giving, at least until we evolve and make it even better. I also mentioned micro-influencers today and shared how Surfer's Facebook group, which now has almost 17,000 members, thank you Black Friday, is a place where our customers help convert our on-the-fence almost customers by sharing case studies and testimonials. One Surfer tradition for Black Friday is to incentivize our community not only with discounts but a global game that they can watch in real time. Our landing page updates for every new subscription or upgrade, and each level contains a perk or bonus. As you can probably imagine, having a group of almost 17,000 people who choose to join the community is a great place to create buzz about the offer and the game. While our team was cheering for every new update on Slack, you can see here that some of our most active community members were also encouraging others to join, upgrade, and participate in the fun. I can't tell you exactly how many sales came from this alone, but I can share that we sold 232 more deals than last year, which was already a record-breaking year for us. Annual plans increased from 19% on Thursday to 25% on Tuesday the 29th. We increased the number of annual plan subscriptions by 33%. We estimate that this campaign will significantly reduce our general churn rate, and the revenue generated only during Black Friday, Cyber Monday, increased by 188% compared to last year's Black Friday campaign. Find your corner of the internet and allow your community to flourish. They'll advocate and advertise for you. While we were all hands on deck making sure everything went smoothly, our community really did show up for us. Lastly, I proposed a directory as a not so obvious content marketing tool. I wanted to simply share the main steps that our writers take in order to be included and why they matter. People are encouraged to watch the SEO Writing Masterclass on YouTube. At the end of the series, there's an explainer video telling people how to go about getting certified. Then they take a multiple choice quiz, a step which doesn't require a team member supervision, as it's on autopilot. If they reach a certain score, they qualify to take the assessment. The assessment requires them to use our tool, the content editor, and produce an original piece of content with a score of at least 67, aka in the green. So we've got a flow to our YouTube videos, an automated qualifying exam, a prompt to use our tool and use it well, and tons of new people not only joining the directory, but sharing with their network that they're certified in Surfer by Surfer. And most importantly, minimal stress. I'd like to end with 3 things your content marketing team lead probably wants to tell you, but either hasn't gotten around to or is afraid to say out loud. Number 1, content marketing is a long-term game. Pushing deadlines on us with metrics that you impose is counterproductive. There's only so much that's within our control. You may write a blog post that flops, or create a video that you think will tank that ends up going viral. Speaking of target metrics, your content team should be involved when setting them. Number 2, let us experiment. I know there's a lot of pressure for deliverables, but there's one thing that will chip away at any and all SaaS companies if it goes unchecked. Stagnancy. Lack of innovation, staying the same while the world and your competitors continue to evolve. Take some of the pressure off your content marketers by repositioning failure as data for what didn't work and a starting point for brainstorming what might possibly work in the future. I'm so lucky that the culture at Surfer encourages us to not only not fear failure, but to embrace it and know that it's inevitable. And basically, we should aim to fail fast and move on to the next endeavor with the lesson that we learned. And number 3, it's not always about moving the needle. Gosh, if there's one expression in startup culture that I hear all the time, it's this one. Content marketing is first and foremost about providing value. We educate, we entertain, and we inspire. When your team loses sight of this, or is forced to lose sight of this, what you get is keyword stuffing, stale, regurgitated content that, sure, may show up on the first page, but does absolutely nothing to establish credibility, create rapport with your audience, or build your brand. So go out and be awesome. And remember to treat your content team well, because at Surfer, we're always on the lookout for awesome talent. I'm Danni Roseman, content marketing lead at Surfer. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with your content marketing strategy.
It's time to say thank you, Danni, for great video speech. It's really a great day of SaaS marketing. Today we talked about digital marketing for SaaS, about approach, about challenges for 2023. I think that this conference was really helpful for you. Don't hesitate to leave feedback in comments. We are planning to provide this conference in the next year too. We will start 2023 with online conference PPC Day, where we will talk about paid traffic, about Google Ads, Facebook Ads, analytics, how to challenge this, and all this stuff will be on the 25th of December. The 25th of January. Just wait for the announcement and we will be happy to see you there. I want to say thank you for all speakers that shared the experience today. I want to say thank you for all guys who were viewing us today, and of course for our team that organized it all. I want to say thank you too to our gold partner today, Editorial Link. Links from websites of real businesses, corporate blogs, and world-famous SaaS services. Order 5 or more links and get 1 link and gift and promo code of SaaS Day. Find this link in comments and get more value for your business. So guys, thank you for joining us today. See you on our next conferences and webinars, and have a great day. Thank you and bye-bye. It was Anton Voroniuk and Skills Booster Academy with you.
Do you want to rank higher on Google? Use the power of editorial links. But what are editorial links? These links are the real business's websites. They are not for sale, and you can get them only through building relationships. Let's take a look at the effectiveness of editorial links. Here is the client's website. From May to December, there were 100 links added, and the traffic increased 5-fold. Here is another client.
We grew our jar from 40 to 60, and also we gained great positions in high competitive keywords. For example, we've been able to go to top 5 for the keyword software development outsourcing, which is like the top keyword you want to rank for in our industry.
Check out the editorial.link website to order editorial links. Editorial.link. Powerful links, cosmic results.
Hi guys, thank you that you joined to our online conference SaaS Day. Today we have a special offer for you, 90% off on our courses on Udemy. Start learning with us, search engine optimization, Google Ads, digital marketing strategy, and other topic in digital marketing niche. Find coupon code and other information in chat. I will be happy to have you among our students on Udemy. See you online.